So be sure to preset Fox Sports Radio on the iHeartRadio app, and it will always
Anything in the world of sports or entertainment. Good thing the guys are here to bring you, in case you missed it.
And for that, we turn it over to our executive producer, Lee Delap.
A good Monday morning, everybody. Good morning, Jonas. Good morning, LeVar. Guys, in case you missed it over the weekend, the great John Bones Jones has called it a day for the UFC, expressing his deepest gratitude over social media for his journey and the experiences he's had over the years, saying he's stepping out of the octagon. But also of note for Mr. John Bones Jones over the weekend from Albuquerque is that he has been charged with leaving the scene of an accident where an intoxicated woman lacking clothing from the waist down was found.
Yeah.
Oh, he's facing several DUIs all of a sudden.
Help me understand that one.
All right. So apparently this woman, they found her in the passenger seat of a car that had been stranded. She had no clothes below the waist.
Okay.
And she claimed that John Jones was driving. Apparently she was bombed. And she claimed that John Jones was driving. When they called John Jones, I guess he was sounded really impaired as well too. And I think, did he make some sort of a threat or something like that? There was like a he threatened action or like something weird because he was hammered. And so now this has come out. This is not his first issue that he's had. He's obviously had run-ins with the law previous to this. There's been a lot of stuff. It just adds another layer to a complicated career for a guy who is the greatest of all time. Like, nobody's ever done it better than John Jones. But, you know, a woman in a car with no clothes on below the waist claiming that he was driving. I mean,
what was he driving?
By the way, the police report uses the term allegedly made allusions to violence is the term that the police report uses.
Yeah. Did they find her clothes, Lee? Do you know?
Still searching for the clothes.
Oh, okay.
And she had no accusations as to, him having anything to do with those being off.
Yeah, did she say who took her clothes below the waist there, Lee?
She did not say who took it. She did say mushrooms were involved, though.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm sure they were.
Some kinds, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen, man.
I don't think he's all the way retired, man.
I don't either.
Yeah.
We are
Oh, tasty high note. Oh, hi, don't mind me. I'm practicing my new baritone sax. I just heard PayPal's paying for people's stuff every day for 100 days, and there's 10 million up for grabs. All you have to do is use PayPal checkout online. So there's never been a better time to buy a few things off the old wish list. Like this leaf blower! PayPal can pay for your purchase. The Great PayPal Checkout.
No purchase necessary ends July 18th. See official rules at paypal.com/thegreatpaypalcheckout/terms. Participating merchants only must use PayPal checkout online. Coverage of up to $100 and eligible purchases per card.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Wake up with Fescoe and Dusty from 6 to 10. Hang out with Cody and Gold from 10 until 2. And on your way home, tune in for The Drive with Carrington Harrison. Can't listen in the car? Listen live or on demand with the Odyssey app. And watch all the shows on YouTube or your favorite social media platforms. Your home for Chiefs football. Your home for Royals baseball. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, I can hear the sizzle of the grill. It's time to buy Gates sauces and try extra hot at your 4th of July cookout or use as an enhancement for your special dips and your family's secret sauce. Try Gates salad seasoning on raw and cooked veggies or sprinkle on your grilled corn on the cob for that extra flavor pop. Pick up a couple of slabs of ribs or a party tray to entertain at home. Whichever. Gates Barbecue has you covered. Gates 5 locations are open and want to be a part of your 4th of July celebration. Gates Barbecue. Thanks with love.
Headed out for a summer getaway? Make your airport parking a breeze with Casey's favorite Park and Go. All spots are covered so your car stays cool and protected while you're soaking up the sun. Hop on a quick air-conditioned shuttle that picks you up right at your car and drops you off at the terminal. Always the best service, always the best price. Reserve now at bookparkandgo.com. Open 24/7. Fast, easy, and stress-free. Park and Go, family owned and operated, and proud to be part of your summer travel plans.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Royals play here.
First pitch from Wilson. Fastball scorched up the middle. A base hit into center field. Jack Caglione is 4 for 4 this afternoon. The 1-2 pitch. Line toward shortstop. Witt dives and makes the catch. Another incredible grab from Bobby Witt Jr. He defies gravity.
Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 to the Fan. 96.5 The Fan. Your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM. HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
We're back. We are back stronger than ever. Stronger than Zach Bryan's new hairline. Good for him.
I've not seen Zach Bryan's new hairline. Looking good, huh?
Yeah, he's over in Ireland performing and no baseball hat, full head of hair.
Good for him.
Yeah. I mean, mid-20s, going bald, got a ton of money. Why not?
Got to get the hair. Ask Tom Brady, I think, right?
Ask Wayne Rooney.
Yeah, ask anybody. Ask me. If anybody wants to sell me hair, I'm all for it, man. I'd like to get a few more hairs growing on my head.
Well, let me tell you about my people over at Dan's Hair Plugs.
You better believe it.
I'm Bob Fescoe, and I endorse this message.
You're correct, my friend. Yes, you are. So
Comes back from the 4th of July looking like Jonathan India. Same shorts.
Because my wife has shown me this video yesterday, this guy working out. She goes, don't look at the body. And, of course, he's just like, yoked and ripped and six-pack. And I don't know who the hell it was, right? And she goes, don't look at the body, but look at the hair. I want your hair like that. I'm like, we got a little bit we're kind of dealing with right now, right?
So let me do a little bit of math here. Ohtani pitched yesterday.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's pitching Friday at the K?
I don't know how they're using Ohtani. How long did he pitch yesterday?
I'm trying to watch.
Yeah, did he go just 1 inning yesterday, 2 innings yesterday? How far did he pitch into that game yesterday? But yeah, if you do the math, I don't know if they have a day
5
off today.
days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, he's probably going to pitch sometime this weekend out at Kauffman Stadium, and so that is going to be a draw for a lot of people to go out and watch. Well, some will say one of the best players of all time. So get the opportunity to see him roll into town. Got to take advantage of that, right?
No doubt. Let's see. Dodgers off today.
So probably will pitch Saturday, unless you keep the 5-day rotation. I don't know what their plans are with him or what's some math formula these people came up with. And Jay will tell us, hey, Tuesday. They're not here Tuesday, Jay.
No. Off today for the Royals, and then 3 against Tampa, and then 3 against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
So pretty big homestand coming up.
Huge homestand.
Yeah. So he's going to pitch for sure, I would think, against the Royals. I'm hoping it's Friday. If it is, feel like we got it. That's a game you got to go see a guy like that pitch. I don't know for sure when he's going to be there, but or if he is going to start more than 1 inning. But either way, just give me that matchup. Ohtani versus Caglione.
Yeah.
And then let Caglione pitch to Ohtani and see who really wins.
Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, change it up a little bit,
You
right?
want to market baseball, Dust Man? Let me tell you, do it.
You get Ohtani versus Cags, and then Cags versus Ohtani. Let's go. Each guy gets an inning. Let's see who wins,
And
right?
then one guy gets in at bat against each other, and then just call the game of whoever wins that matchup.
That's it right there.
Right.
Just one batter v pitcher matchup for everybody's dollar. You'd like that. That'd be good. It'd be worth every dime that you spend. Have you ever gone to a game to watch one player in your life?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. Mac, have you ever gone to a game in any sport to watch one
4
player?
times this year.
Have you? Well, that's true. Duh. Yeah, like Caglione.
Went to Springfield, went to Omaha, went to Kansas City.
St. Louis.
Went to St. Louis.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We'll go to Kansas City again this weekend to see Ohtani, because the last time I went to see Ohtani was when he was with the Angels, but it was so cold and snowing and freezing. They banged the game, and they're like, yeah, we'll play a doubleheader. And I was like,
that stinks. Because I've had a couple of those players, obviously. Roger Clemens was one. Kind of his last rodeo when he was an Astro. I wanted to go watch him pitch. And so I went out there. A friend of mine had really good seats down there by the Buck O'Neill seat, and I sat with him for that game. I'm like, I'm going to this game, going to watch Roger Clemens and Brett Favre. Like he was going through his last rodeo, and he came to St. Louis when I was stuck over there, and I went and watched Brett Favre play, and so those are some guys. And this year it's going to be, I think, the farewell party, obviously for Travis Kelce. For a lot of us, we're going to go want to see what Travis.
Christmas Day's his last regular season
home game. Yeah, that Christmas night game. So
that we know of.
Yeah, right. Yes, exactly.
Now he's talking like,
yeah.
We'll see how I feel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just do the retirement party,
Buckle
man.
up,
Let's
dude.
just do a retirement party and have a lot of fun with it, and everybody can enjoy and celebrate. So, like guys like that, so Ohtani does kind of fall into that category. If you're looking to go watch somebody special and have an opportunity to do that, because he's not going to come back next year, and then he'll be back the following year because we'll go to L.A. next year.
Yeah, it's almost like there's 2 different ways to see people, either their last rodeo or you want to go see somebody that's a superstar.
Yeah.
Like I would assume that there's some young kids that when Bobby Witt Jr. goes to town, they're like, oh, we got to go watch the Royals because, number 7's out here or Caglione's out here or whatever it may be. I remember seeing Drew Brees' last game as a Saint in Kansas City. Made sure to go see him play.
That's awesome.
I wanted to watch that. I don't know if there's been a football.
God, I don't even really remember the Saints ever coming to Kansas City. Like I know they have
a while ago,
but that's like one of those teams like I can't even vision on the field at Arrowhead, right?
Did we play them?
Did we play the Saints ever? Like I remember going there and seeing the Chiefs play because that was fun. But I don't ever remember sitting at Arrowhead or watching a game on TV where I remember the Saints playing at Arrowhead Stadium. It's just a weird block, I guess, in my memory.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot. I mean, obviously we're kind of down to just 2 teams that you can go watch superstars play. If you go to Arrowhead or you go to Kauffman, but if Skeens were to pitch against the Royals, I'd make sure I went and saw that. I'd want to see him before.
Correct.
He's in pinstripes.
Yeah,
see him twice a year.
Twice a year now. Yeah.
I made sure to go see Kevin Durant
Okay.
Made sure to go see Peyton Manning with my brother, but it was like going to Chiefs game, so picking a Chiefs game to kind of see a player.
Sure,
but
that's
I still
fair.
kind of count that.
I got to the point with Peyton Manning, I didn't want to see him.
Yeah, I know. It was bittersweet.
I was at the no punt game. Sucked.
No doubt. Yeah.
I was at the game when they played Denver, and he threw like 5 touchdowns in the second half and beat the Chiefs. It's like, this is enough.
Andy Reid's first year out in Denver, like that was the year we were going to get Peyton Manning. We were 9-0 rolling into Denver, and that's the time we hosted the pre-party in the muffler shop parking lot in Denver. And it was what was the name of that place? I'm gonna draw a blank now. It was like Sanchez Muffler Shop or something in Denver, I think is what it was called, or Santos Mufflers. That's what it was. Santos Muffler Shop in I don't know how we ended up in the parking lot of a muffler shop holding a party, but it was full of Chiefs fans. It was awesome.
Well, Cairo Santos owned it.
Yeah.
We kicked the competition's prices to the curb.
That's right.
I'm Cairo Santos. Come get your muffler check.
Right. And so, like, all these Chiefs fans descended on the Santos Muffler Shop, and the Chiefs were 9-0. Hey, we got a chance to beat Denver. And that son of a gun, Peyton Manning, stood in the pistol formation, never moved, and just got rid of the ball faster than I've ever seen. Like, Tamba Hali wasn't even out of his stance by the time Peyton Manning was getting rid of the football, and they just boom, 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 boom down the field and gave the Chiefs their first loss that day.
From the 816, the Saints literally just played here last year.
They did? Did they really?
Yeah, because Carr was supposed to start, didn't, and then Rattler played. And the
Did I go to that game?
I don't think
you might have, but you might not have been there, like, physically.
Exactly, yeah.
Might have had too many with Ralph. Might have been in the back row of the bus. Hey, guys, we're in the second quarter. This is the police.
I don't remember that game. At the Saints this year? At Arrowhead? I have no recollection of that game whatsoever. Was it during the holiday break?
I guarantee you they won the game.
Well, yes, they did.
Week 5.
Oh, that's right. It was a Monday night game. That's right. I do remember that now.
We saw Tyrese Haliburton's last game for a calendar year yesterday. That's unfortunate.
Man, that stinks.
That sucks.
So he goes down last night, and Jen says to me, she goes, well, at least he got this injury. Now it's a great time to have that injury last game. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's the worst time. You couldn't have scripted a worse time for an injury in the history of sports. Game 7, and then you miss all of next year.
Yeah.
Like, that's the worst time for an injury for that guy.
Kind of reminds me of, like, Jamison Williams in the national title game for Alabama.
Yep.
Blew his ACL.
For sure.
Got drafted, in the top 10, like 7th or 8th overall by the Lions. Sat out an entire year, came back the next year after that. Charles O'Menihue.
That's another one.
Was that division?
No, that was the AFC Championship game. Yeah.
Ended up missing basically the whole next year. Yep. And then we saw Tatum this year, who's probably going to miss the entire year next year as well.
Yeah.
Unless he has some sort of speedy recovery. But yeah, I mean, like, the best way to do it's the way Rodgers did it. Like, Game one, third play, be like, look, season's a wrap. Didn't have to go the whole season and miss the other season.
Right.
There's actually never a great time to do it.
Of course not.
But again, it's the Achilles injury. It looked like something snapped. He hits the ground. Hey, Papa Haliburton, how's he doing? He's done.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because the team is like peddling lower leg injury. They were like, thanks for that, genius. So you go to the parents. That's what you do. Great reporting by Lisa Salters. Give her a lot of credit. Went right to the parent, got the information, and here we go. And so that injury does suck because again he misses all of next season, misses Game 7. They may have won that game if Haliburton's playing last night, guys. I mean, that was a very nip and tuck game very early on. You lose your best player, and they were still in it. That McMullen guy, Matt McMullen, he was out there, shooting the lights out in the first half, kind of picking up the slack. Obviously, it didn't carry forward or anything like that, but my God, like Indiana may have won that game if Haliburton's healthy.
This is Brian Winterhorse on that injury.
I'm going to have a complicated memory of tonight. This is an organic championship for the Thunder. They built this team from scratch. They were down to nothing. They drafted these guys. They developed these guys. Nobody forced their way here via trade. Nobody, they didn't win the lottery. They did this through great and hard work. They were great from the first moment, the day of the season. They earned this thing all the way through. They are a pure champion, doing it for the first time. Even if they win 2 or 3 more championships with this group, nothing will feel as pure as this. And yet, I feel sick, and I'm not recovered from seeing the slow motion of his calf. And even they won the game in the third quarter with the classic Thunder run, with turnovers and the flurry and everything. But as the fourth quarter is happening, and I'm watching the Thunder go through this dry spell, and the Pacers get the lead, I think to 9 or whatever. 10. I'm thinking if they had Haliburton, that this is going to go down to it.
just like you had mentioned, as he popped that Achilles tendon. It looks like it. But again, props to Oklahoma City, man. Like, that's the team that you got to go beat down in the NBA.
Yep, for sure.
SGA is a superstar, right? Like, we have the numbers that we've seen. Like, he's the one of 4 players to win scoring title, MVP title in the finals, and an NBA finals, right?
That's insane. Who are the other people he's up there with? Jordan, Kobe?
Shaq, Jordan, Haliburton, or SGA, and Chamberlain for the Bucks.
Wow.
One of 4.
That is a hell of a list right there that he's on. Wow.
Yeah. So he did the MVP, the NBA title, and the scoring title. That's what he's with Shaq, Jordan, and Chamberlain when he was with the Bucks.
So why isn't he the face of the NBA?
Abdul-Jabbar. I'm sorry, Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, Kareem. Okay.
Kareem.
Either way, it's still a hell of a list. But why isn't he the face of the NBA? Why are we trying to force people to get eliminated in the second round to be the face of the NBA, or the third round to be the face of the NBA?
Not fun.
But you know what? He dominates. He's one of 4 people in the history of the league to do something like that. That's your face of the league right there.
He's so fun.
So what if he plays for Oklahoma City? Man, that's the guy you want. I mean, he seems like a great dude too. Like, just a great role model type of guy, great player, like everything you possibly want in an athlete. That's the face of your league. Stop looking too hard for it, the NBA.
They kind of give me Chiefs vibes because they're not in a huge market, right? They're not East Coast, West Coast. They're not a traditional team. Chiefs were not a traditional team for football.
Right.
And all of a sudden, good draft picks, good upper management, and then all of a sudden everybody watches them win the title and go, oh boy, these guys are all really young, all super talented. This might be the new standard of the NBA where we're now going to have to go and beat this team every single time.
What Windhorst said too, Dusty, was like, they're kind of an organic team. They grew together. Nobody forced their way there via trade. Like, nobody Duranted this thing. Nobody Duranted this thing.
Fanatics.
Really. So, I mean, that's fantastic. I love it. And you're right. That may be the new way of doing things right now for the NBA.
No, that's great. Plenty more. Plus, we'll dive into what this was a successful road trip for your Kansas City Royals. We'll dive into that as well. Plus, the superstar named Jack Caglione did a couple of things this weekend that were absolutely star-stunned. From me, at least. We'll get into that here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Summer is about feeling your best, and Heartland Men's Health is about making you feel your best. More energy, more time outdoors, more time with the one you love. But if erectile dysfunction gets in the way, it can quietly steal that confidence. Remember that first time that you failed in the bedroom? You just laughed it off, and then it happened again, and then again, and then again. And then you found out, well, maybe I have a problem. Maybe these pills I'm using just are working okay, but they could be better. There are a few things more wonderful in life than intimacy. But when erectile dysfunction harms intimacy, it can have a devastating effect on your relationship. So go see my people over at Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if a medically advised test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas; Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit; and their new office in North Kansas City. Call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Baseball season is in full swing, and that means the summer heat is coming. The guys at Climate Control have been serving KC homeowners for over 35 years and know how to get your cooling system ready to handle our scorching hot summer weather. Stay cool and comfortable this summer. Call Climate Control today at 816-265-2830 and schedule your AC system tune-up for just $59. Don't wait. Visit ClimateControlKC.com today. Climate Control heating, cooling, and plumbing.
Listening is so important, and that's what Dawn Sharp does. She listens to her clients' needs. Buying or selling a home is stressful, and you want an agent who puts your needs at the top of every single list. And you want to contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. Ask them about their instant offer program. You can Google them at Sharp Homes Team, or better yet, pay them a visit at homesforsaleInKC.com and start packing.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-291-3143. 800-291-3143.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Ring the bell! We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875 fixed. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. Lock in this incredible 4.875 rate and get your cash in as little as 14 days. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending, cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
It's time to build that dream deck over at All Weather Decks. Schedule a free estimate today at 913-206-1974 or online at allweatherdecks.net. All Weather Decks, the right deck at the right price.
Royals coverage sponsored by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
For over 36 years, Metal by the Foot has been your source for steel, aluminum, brass, and stainless. Located in Casey and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Congestion pretty heavy southbound 49 highway. Heaviest at 140th Street. And it is down to almost stopping traffic there. And we are seeing brake lights heading westbound on 70, looking at about 18 miles an hour around that Jackson curve. I'm Lori Pearson, 96.5, The Fan Traffic.
The 2-2 pitch. Caglione hits it high in the air, deep right center field. Adolis Garcia's at the wall. It's gone! Watch it fly! Jack Caglione, his first big league home run. A 387-foot blast deep to right center into the Rangers bullpen. There's the power that's been promised. Jack Caglione has arrived with thunder. The pitch. Fastball hit high in the air, deep to right center field. Garcia turns around, watches it fly. Home run, Jack Caglione. Make it 2 for Cags today in Texas. 4-1 Royals in the top of the 9th inning.
But wait, there's more.
Now the pitch, and a swing, and a ball well hit, deep to right field. Caglione back, Caglione leaps, and he made the catch up against the fence. Jack Caglione takes an extra base hit away from Merrill. The rookie right fielder still learning the position. Makes a great play right in front of the fence.
Hearing that crowd dissipate as the start of the hit and then the catch and then the 6'5" monster robs that ball.
I mean, he just put his arm up there.
Just
Got it.
Nuts, man.
It was a great play.
I mean, yeah, it was something that was great because these are the ebbs and flows of having a rookie guy go out there and play a position not really that familiar with. Had a rough go at it on, what was it, like Saturday or Friday, made some crucial errors out there. Not crucial errors, but made some, plays that looked lost. And then yesterday makes a, leaping grab over the wall, robs a home run, more than extra bases, Stu. And, takes one away from the Padres yesterday, hits 2 home runs in Texas. Obviously, we saw the one that was at his neck, and he took it out deep to right, and then he hit that one that was the typical CAG shot, 439 feet deep to right field. Is Garcia just had to turn his head and be like, oh, all right, that's a grown man at the age of 22. But either way you look at it, if I'd have told you last week on Wednesday and said, hey, you're going to sweep Texas and you're going to go on this road trip and go 4-2 and come back home with an off day on Monday, everybody would take it. Everybody would have said, yes, I take a 4-2 road trip no matter how you get there. I don't care. I know yesterday's game kind of tainted the way maybe that you felt about this road trip because, again, it was a walk-off. It was a game in which another starter was pulled maybe a little too early.
Yeah.
So there's those questions as well with Lugo on the mound. But look, you went 4-2. We said we're going to give it 2 weeks. We're going to give it the weekend to see how this players-only meeting happened. Since that meeting, they go on that road trip. They never play well in Texas, swept Texas. Took the first one against San Diego. You're hoping to kind of, move forward. Had a great game Friday night, and then Saturday and Sunday you lost. But again, 4-2 on this road trip. You actually somehow gained a game in your division, and now you're 2 games out of the wild card. You leapfrog some teams that you had to get in front of, and you're right back in the mix of it. And I feel like you have a little bit more of a positive feel in your gut after watching that team over the last 6 games.
Well, I think 4-2 on the road trip is great. I mean, what more could you ask for, right? But obviously, the way you lose at the end, you lose those 2, and you're still now coming back 2 games under 500. So I feel there's a lot of like, okay, we had this thing going in the right direction, then we kind of pulled back. They've got to find a way to string these games together now and get back over 500, right? Give yourself some breathing room so you're not chasing 500. Because I do believe there's a lot of folks who look at the standings and go, all right, they're not 500 yet. Call me when they're 500. And so they've got to find a way to get back to 500. But I also think what a difference a week makes, too, when it comes to the narrative that's been around this team. A week ago, everybody wanted the hitting coach fired and nobody was any good. And then Bobby, Salvi, and Vinny started all connecting together and doing what they were paid to do. And now all of a sudden this offense looks legit. And Cags joins in on the fun as well because Bobby and Salvi and Vinny and those guys are all going. What a difference a week makes when you get your big 3 going. And that's what we've been saying the entire time with this team. Until Bobby, Vinny, and Salvi get going, this team is not going to have the ability to go out there and win a lot of games and score a lot of runs. You need your stars to be stars. And that was the biggest difference in this entire road trip from everything that happened really before it. The stars were stars. Bobby was fantastic. Salvi, big home run yesterday. Vinny's been really, really good. Obviously, Cags got into the mix as well. And so when your stars are stars and they play like they're supposed to play, you give yourself that great opportunity to win. And it's funny for me, too, because I think the feeling should be different around this team than it was a week ago. And maybe that guy who created that fake story that ownership is wanting to sell, that was the thing that got this team jump-started a little bit because I know it pissed everybody off inside the organization. I can't imagine what it did to the players in that organization as well. And they played really nice baseball since that stupid comment came out from that nitwit in New York.
Yeah, I mean, it was, again, lack thereof runs in the second and third game in that San Diego Padres series. You lose 3-2 in the Sunday finale. I know that 5-1 on the road trip was right there within the grasp of your reach. And it kind of does, like I said earlier, it kind of taints the way that you went on this road trip. But still, 4-2 after getting swept by the A's and the Yankees at home when everybody was just ready to go to St. Joe immediately and start watching Patrick Mahomes throw a football in a yellow jersey. But look, that was a team this weekend that brought a little bit of buzz back. I know still 2 games under 500. I believe they're 38-40.
Yeah.
But again, you get Tampa Bay coming to town and then the Dodgers. So, I mean, there's really no time to relax except for today. They're back home. You sleep in your own bed. Maybe Cags goes and rips a few packs of cards while he's got the off day, which we know he's done that before. So, again, he's played 17 games. He's got a 2-homer game, and he's got a home run robbed in right field. Small sample size. Obviously, you want to see more. He's hitting 203, strikeouts 13 times. I believe he's got 64 at bats so far in the pros. But again, I'm happy where he's at.
Right.
And I know that that's one of the main focal points. And I remember listening to the game on Friday, watching Q talk about the game. And it was either Friday or I think it was Saturday, actually. And they were talking to Cotrero, and he was like, look, this team goes with Bobby. And Bobby's been going. Bobby went to Texas a couple years ago, turned it on. Bobby goes to Texas this year, turned it on. And this team goes when its superstar goes. Yes, Caglione is the story, is the fun part to talk about, is the new piece to the puzzle. But again, the original, origin of this machine that goes is number 7 that plays shortstop. And when he's rolling, everybody else is. That's what the manager says. That's what we've said. That's what baseball says. You see 7 go, everybody else kind of follows suit.
That's exactly right. And until Bobby got going, this team wasn't going to get going. And I know people don't like to put the pressure on Patrick Mahomes and Travis and Bobby and Salvi and all these guys, but those are the catalysts of your team. You can't rely on Nico Remigio to power your football team. You can't rely on Michael Garcia to be the catalyst for your baseball team. Every team around sports, look at last night, SGA, right? How good was he last night in that ball game, right? That's why Oklahoma City was able to win. Their star was a star. And until your stars are stars, you're just going to be an average team. Now, I know there's a lot of conversation about pulling Lugo in that game yesterday. I don't know where you stood on that. I wasn't a fan. That guy was kind of cruising along. I know we had a double given up, but that's okay. Pitchers give up hits throughout the course of a game. I think Hugh made a mistake pulling him early in that game yesterday, and I think that hurt their chances of winning more than anything. You got to manage with feel, and I'm watching Lugo pitch yesterday. I'm like, nobody's getting to this guy. Oh, he gave up a double. So what? That doesn't mean you pull the ripcord right away. He only had 90 pitches, and so if we're looking for reasons why they didn't go 5-1, I think Hugh's a big part of why they didn't go 5-1 yesterday, not letting Lugo continue to kind of cruise along and see what he can do. Leave him out there till he can't anymore, Yeah,
that's the equivalent of like a manager as a pitcher giving up the big 2-run home run. It's like, just you got to go with what, you're feeling. Don't throw your slider when you're feeling your curveball and your fastball. Maybe let your veteran and Lugo go out there and get out of that mess. And if he doesn't, you at least can look at the people and say, well, I rode with my veteran starter. I let him go out there. He didn't get the job done. It's unfortunate. Or the other hand of it is, hey, you let him go, got out of the inning, got to have a tough jam. You went out there still 2-1, maybe 2-0. It wasn't the case. Zerpa goes in, and then the floodgates are open.
Yeah, but wouldn't you feel more comfortable with Lugo in there in that situation than the bullpen? I know I would, because Lugo's got 85 pitches he can throw.
I just think they look too much sometimes. And you mentioned this when you talk about hitting, and I'm kind of the opposite way towards like managerial tactics. Like sometimes, because sometimes you can't win in this situation, right? You go back to the 2014 or 2015 World Series. Matt Harvey's like, I want to go back out there and pitch. Like, okay, dude, you're my guy. Go out there. And then career's over. Obviously, more dramatic than most. But then there's the other hand of it, which is like, I took my veteran out. I put my bullpen in where Zerpa's been great in June. These other guys are good. I trust this to happen. This is what's going to get us further. Urseg, Zerpa, Lynch, all these guys, Stevez. And it didn't work. And maybe that was one of those games where, I've heard JJ talk about it when they pulled Noah Cameron a couple of starts ago, where it's like, oh, he's only at 84 pitches. That's one of those things where you make a decision, it doesn't work out, you got to take that loss. Yesterday, maybe one of those decisions that Q has to wear on his back and say, that's on me. I look too far into the lineup to see lefty, righty, what I've got in the bullpen. Overthought the situation. Sometimes it's okay to just let your veteran go out there and get the job done.
I agree. I mean, that's why we're paying these guys, right? They're veteran guys, and especially a guy like Lugo, who wasn't taxed. Like Lugo isn't a guy that goes up there and throws 100 miles an hour on every pitch. This guy is an artist out there, and we'll talk about him as the day goes along, because there's nothing more fun right now than watching that guy just go out there and just toy with people, man. So it's not taxing innings, and that's the other thing, like taxing situations. People will always talk about how many taxing situations has Lugo been in. Not many, not high leverage situations at all. Like yesterday was not a high leverage situation. Got the first guy, gave up a double. I trust Seth Lugo, who's been dominating basically for 2 years now in Major League Baseball, to go out there and get that guy out. And I think there needs to be more managing and more decision-making with the gut as opposed to the numbers. Oh, he's at 90 pitches. No, he didn't have to come out of that game yesterday. He was cruising along. I would trust the guy who's been out there on the mound all year long and all of last year, basically, with 18 different pitches that he could throw at you than somebody coming out of the bullpen. Because you listen to all those guys that came out of the bullpen. It's a lot harder to kind of piecemeal a game together and count on 5 guys having their stuff that day as opposed to just one guy having their stuff that day. You're counting on all of those guys to get the job done when you had a guy on the mound that, for the most part, was getting the job done.
No doubt. Day off today, and then a gigantic sort of playoff feel of a series. Tampa Bay coming to town. They're ahead of you in the wild card standings. We all know it's simplicity at its finest when it comes to how you get above those teams. You beat them. So take 2 out of 3 against Tampa Bay, gain a game in the standings over them, and try to just keep moving. And then you'll have the big bad Dodgers coming to town Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where I believe Ohtani will pitch at least an inning, maybe 2. Friday or Saturday. It looks like some people have already seen that he's going to be scheduled to pitch Saturday. We'll have Vern on at 8:20 today, and we'll talk to Vern about that when it comes to the Dodgers this weekend. But we get to have a 6:30 conversation of our overreaction on a Monday. So, Mr. McMorey, why don't you start things off since you and Bob didn't invite me to your lake house this weekend?
Yeah, what do you call us? Lake rats?
Lake rats, baby. Lake rats. Hey, dude, it comes with the territory.
Absolutely.
You know, you guys don't grow facial hair, but if you could, you'd have the handlebar mustache, smelling like bluegill.
Oh, man. We had a good time, didn't we, Mac?
That was fantastic.
2 separate states, 2 separate lakes.
Yes. It was great.
I guess my invite got lost in the mail.
But you had to be by the water this week, and probably all week. What'd you say? It's National Hydration Day?
Today is, yeah. Get that hydration.
Check
today.
the color of your urine. Make sure it's clear.
Oof.
Coincidence? I think not.
Yeah.
For me, overreaction, I'll go to the KD news. I think the Houston Rockets, I don't think it's an overreaction. Maybe they're finals contenders. They were a number 2 seed. The West was really close, so maybe they were 3 or 4 games for being a 7 or 8 seed. But with such a young team, they add a 2-time finals MVP in Kevin Durant. He will be 37 next season. But they've got a year or 2 window here with a talented team. They're finals contenders.
All right.
Did you notice this? I don't know if you saw this baseball card stuff. Kevin Durant's reaction of being traded on stage is now a card, and he signed it. Kevin Durant's a 1 of 1, and it says the sniper to Houston.
That is sick.
So
That's
somebody will
pretty
pull
cool.
that card in a Topps pack that gets introduced next year, or maybe this year when it comes to the NBA packs that get ripped. So you'll have a Kevin Durant reaction.
Yeah, that was a big part of
Is
his
he trying to play
announcement.
for every team?
He's
Only
close.
his 5th team.
You know, he's getting there.
Thunder, Warriors,
Yep.
Brooklyn,
Yep.
Phoenix, Houston.
Now Houston.
Knicks in 5.
Yeah.
My overreaction is I watched a quarterback who I think is the 3rd best quarterback in football not be able to throw a baseball this weekend.
Oh, my God.
I don't know what that was. I don't know if he was trying to throw a football, but Joe Burrow trying to throw a baseball at the Fanatics event this weekend, especially in front of Kay Adams, total failure.
Jeez.
Threw 3 against the wall to his left. The first 2 didn't even go 10 feet, and then finally couldn't hit the target. So I don't know if there's like something with how he was trying to throw it, but I would have assumed that Joe Burrow could throw a baseball. I mean,
you assume a quarterback is a baseball player, like they're the shortstop.
Yeah, Joe Burrow can only throw a football is my overreaction.
Wow.
There's video out there if you want to look at it. Guy's great, stud, sexy, great quarterback, probably the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL. Can't throw a baseball. Unbelievable.
Yikes.
Could not believe it. I was watching that video, I'm going, Joey B, this is just a show, right? Did it again, and then again, and then again. Go see my men over at Harlem Men's Health.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, man, like it was not a good look for him over
It's
the
just
weekend.
weird.
Yeah.
I'm like, is this like fake? Because like you know how he's odd. Like sometimes he just does things that you're like, is this really how he is? He goes from like smoking a cigar to dyeing his hair blonde to beating the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game to losing the Super Bowl to putting up amazing numbers last year to having Kay Adams right there on his right, and I would have probably done the same thing. I probably would have thrown 3 balls in the ground.
Yeah, but you're not a professional quarterback who's supposed to be able to throw
that's
an
your
object.
opinion, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, he's got that like bad boy thing that I feel like all the guys have kind of looked at like, oh, dude, he's kind of got it going on, and that kind of just, that
it kind of ruins
ruined
your
it.
street cred a little bit,
Yeah,
doesn't
a little
it?
bit.
Yeah, I don't know what was more weird to see, him throw a baseball or your headphones.
You got to fix those things. I mean, you look like an idiot over there. Like, put yourself on the screen. I mean, this thing, it looked like a wing coming off the side of your head, like Mac's getting ready to fly away, and then you look like a broken bird. And you got one wing, and we're supposed to take you to the vet. No, I mean, look at that thing. Like,
You look like Ben Stiller.
I mean,
I hate it.
my overreaction, it's not an overreaction. It's something I'm struggling with right now. I think even if the Royals are alive in this thing, you got to consider trading Lugo because he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year, and you could really get a haul back in return if you play your cards the right way. We were watching MLB Network, and Dusty's like, Sandy Alcantara's got to get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, who else is available right now in the trade market that could bring you back guys in return? I know people would have a horrible reaction to it, but what happens? This is a big week. Again, this is another big week as we get closer and closer to the
it's
trade
a playoff
deadline.
series Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
It is,
for sure.
Yeah, Tampa's ahead of you in the standings, right? Like, so you got an opportunity against the Rays to do some good things, and then you have the best team in baseball coming in right now. I feel like that Seth Lugo trade chip could be very, very big, and I would have that in my back pocket if things do dissipate. And I wouldn't I wouldn't hesitate trading Seth Lugo if things did go south, because you could do a really nice job of getting pieces to potentially rebuild your organization from him.
Somebody says on the 913, armchair pitching coach here, so they admit it.
Yeah.
But they thought that Lugo might have been having issues with his finger again. He was looking at it as if he came off the mound in the end of the inning. I think that's why he got pulled. That maybe that blister is coming back.
Maybe.
You're our blister insider of baseball.
Yeah,
so.
you get a blister, you're done.
Don't give Bob that fuel.
No, but Jeremy Offelt was
blisters.
the one. Jeremy Offelt for years dealt with that blister, right? And it was nasty. It was pussy. It was gross. Like, I mean, it was one of the grossest things to ever look at. He would always show you his finger and like, look at it, I can't get this healthy. And then he finally did, and he pitched well. Had a great big league career for like 15 years in Major League Baseball, but he could never. Did he win 2?
I think so.
Was
the
he
Giants?
Was he on 2 Giants teams? I know 14, obviously.
And then they won it. They won it in 12, 14, and then 10. Yeah.
How many of those was he on? Was he on that many of them? That's awesome if he was. But one of my favorite people to cover when he was playing here with the Royals. But that blister, man, it was every single day with the blister for Jeremy Offelt. And so if there is a blister injury and there is something wrong with Seth Lugo, fine, then take him out of the game. But not when he was cruising along like he was yesterday.
3-time World Series champion.
He is. Good for him. I didn't realize he was on all those Giants teams.
3 World Series.
Wow.
So maybe he didn't win one with the Reds, didn't win one with the Rockies, didn't win one with the Royals.
Nope.
And had to have won all 3 with the Giants.
Yes.
Good for him.
Good for him. That's awesome.
Yeah. 926 innings pitched in his career.
Dang. Is there one that's grosser, that blister injury or Brian Baldinger's finger when we met him
the
at
blister injury.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah, because the blister injury was alive. Baldinger's finger's been hanging for 40 years, you know. You know you're going to see that thing, right?
Yeah.
You know that finger is going to hit you in the side of the head. Like, it looks like your headphone, Baldinger's finger. Yeah, right? Yeah, like that. Yeah,
I wouldn't ask, but I felt bad. I didn't know if that was like an insecurity, but he like put his hand down right in front of me, and I was just like, oh.
No, that's called a war wound from the NFL, my friends. Like,
it was 90 degrees that way. It was like he got beat up by John Goodman on the Righteous Gemstones.
It's so nasty, yeah. But you know that one's coming. That one's been there. Everybody's kind of seen that dangling thing like your headphone. But that Offelt thing would just never heal. It was always wrapped. It was always runny. Like, nasty.
It's like cauliflower ear, but on the finger.
Worse. Worse, yeah.
Dusty, I saw your first pitch. It was way better than Burrow's. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, that was my overreaction. I can't believe he can't throw a baseball. It baffles me, man. Are his hands too big?
I never
Is
thought
he
about
trying to throw
that.
a spiral with a baseball?
Yeah, he's probably
'Cause
got the
that's a
football
curveball.
motion, yeah.
But yeah, it was immediately into the tarp to the left.
He
5
did
feet.
kind of have a football throwing motion, but it still shouldn't be
Because we
that
saw
bad.
Travis Kelce throw out a first pitch.
But again, every
Spiked it.
quarterback in the NFL was probably the shortstop or a pitcher on
Yeah.
their high school baseball team, right? Find me a quarterback in the NFL that was the fat kid at first base like me.
Yeah.
Or catcher.
Bryce Harper.
Ben Roethlisberger.
Right.
Yeah, Bryce Harper was a chunky little kid. Now he's just a stud.
Yeah, but he's not a NFL quarterback.
That's true.
You know,
Yeah.
like Patrick Mahomes wouldn't do that. Josh
No.
Allen wouldn't do that. Lamar wouldn't do that.
Has Lamar thrown out a first pitch?
He has to have,
Yeah,
right?
for the
You'd
Orioles,
think that
right?
the Orioles would have had him throw it out after his
Oh, I'd
MVP
imagine.
season.
I mean, if you haven't had Lamar throw a first pitch out in Baltimore, what are we even doing here?
No idea.
Has Jalen Daniels thrown out one for DC yet?
I think he has.
Has C.J. Stroud thrown out one down in Houston yet?
With
He's
Diane?
going to go through every starting quarter.
Yeah.
No, all the good ones I'm thinking about off
Yeah.
the top of my head. The list pretty much just ended.
Yeah, is it over for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had Herbert throwing out, but it was during the playoff run for
Yeah,
the
so he
Padres,
missed
and he
it.
threw an interception to a fan. Coming up on the other side, that Kevin Durant trade, where are we at with his legacy? You know Mac's favorite player in the NBA of all time is Kevin Durant, so he's ready to dive in on it here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have done unbelievable work at our house. They have really made our yard pop. They finally figured out a way After 12 years of us trying to get rid of all the weeds, all the dandelions, all the clover, all of that stuff that you don't want in your yard is now gone. And that's all because of my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They're college-educated professionals. My wife and I, for 12 years, tried to figure this thing out with the front yard, and we just couldn't get it done. So we turned it over to Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, and they've done an unbelievable job. Our lawn looks great now, and I can't wait until we refertilize and reseed and really get the fall stuff going as soon as the summertime is over to make it take that next step forward. And also the pest control side of things, it allows us to be outside, sitting outside, enjoying our yard. That's what we love most. No mosquitoes, no ticks, no fleas. Our dog is protected, our yard's protected, and we don't have to worry about getting those nasty bites. So call those college-educated professionals now over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They're going to give you up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them now at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
You had a solid retirement dream. Sell your home in a few years, bank the equity, downsize, and travel. But with an unpredictable economy and the future feeling uncertain, you're wondering if that equity will still be there when you're ready. But what if you could bank that equity right now? With TrueHold, you could sell your home for its current value so you can access your equity today. You can bank the cash now and stay in the home you love with an easy standard lease. TrueHold even covers property taxes, insurance, and repairs. And since TrueHold hands over your equity in cash now, it's yours to do whatever you'd like. Don't let a shifting economy put your hard-earned equity at risk. Visit TrueHold.com and receive their competitive offer on your home in just 48 hours based on its best current value, not what's coming. Call 1-855-300-9393 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's TrueHold.com.
Say hello to Wendy's new 2-for-4 Biggie Bundle. Choose from the JBC made with fresh, never frozen beef, crispy chicken sandwich, 6-piece nugs, or small soft drink. Any two for just $4. It's like the reunion special you've been waiting for, but the only drama is watching you try to pick just two. For a deal as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Request 2 for $4 Biggie Bundles to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. Alaska.
Hello all. Steve here with Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. It's springtime. Yay! This is when we start working in our yards. Be careful that your outside faucet didn't burst over the winter. Maybe you've discovered that it doesn't work very well. This month we are offering an outside faucet replacement special with access for only $3.99. So call Connolly Plumbing Solutions at 913-768-7676 or visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy the rinse straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prostate cancer. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed in their lifetime, but early detection can save lives. That's where KCUC comes in. They're the premier center for urology and oncology, with over 50 elite providers in more than 25 locations across the metro. KCUC makes it easy to get screened fast, in the comfort of an office, not a hospital. Schedule your screening today at kcuc.com. Don't wait. See why they're KC's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, remember, you see the best in KC.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side 70 westbound slows, make your way past Van Brunt over towards and past 27th Street, getting into and through a construction zone in the left lane. 71 northbound off again on again slow from 87th up towards Gregory. Allen Car 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Right back into it here on a Monday on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well. 96.5 The Fan. Looks like it's 9 o'clock in the morning outside. 6:45. Love it. Love it. Lot happening this weekend. There was the Fanatics Fan Fest this weekend. Livy Dunn there. There was a lot of superstars there. Joe Burrow couldn't throw a baseball. Some guy got to meet Livy Dunn, dropped his Sprite, sprayed all over the place, including her.
That's awesome.
That would probably be everybody's reaction.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. Let me get that for you. Please don't touch me. Yeah. And then she bought like a Paul Skeens anime card for like, I think $1,000 or whatever it was. Just living their best life. And then there's Kevin Durant, right? What a random time that is. Because we always wonder, like, do these people know if they're getting traded? Have they talked to their agents? You would think that it wouldn't be, like the same setting as, hey, by the way, you just been traded. Oh, and breaking news, by the way, which is how it happened. He's on stage, I believe. Was he with Kay Adams? Is that who he was sitting with?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
And they were just talking, shooting the breeze. Then all of a sudden, Kevin Durant's been traded from Phoenix to the Houston Rockets. Now the Phoenix Suns have 9 point guards at no other position on their team. And the Rockets now will take the 37-year-old vet and Kevin Durant. Can't imagine how much production he's going to give them. But again, he's a name. He moves the needle for the NBA offseason. This is one of many dominoes that will fall now that the NBA season comes to wraps last night after the Oklahoma City Thunder win their title and a #1 title for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, they get their first title. A sidebar on Oklahoma City. Are we considering them one of the greatest teams of all time, or are we just looking past that?
Take it easy.
Well, they're one of 4 teams who have won 84 games in the history of the NBA. The 3 Bulls teams and them. There was a Warriors team that won 84, didn't win the NBA Finals.
They were up 3-1.
And so are we, is it that team, is that okay to consider one of the best NBA teams of all time? Just that year, obviously. I mean, they're up there. They win 84 games.
Great season, yes.
I mean, you win all those games. How could you not be in that mindset of one of the greatest of all time? Because they're not sexy. That's what we do. We look too hard into sports and they're one of the greatest teams of all time.
I did see a funny tweet. Maybe it's inappropriate, but it was like, imagine carrying a baby for 9 months and just to name it Chet.
Yeah, right, yeah. It wasn't but the Bulls were not a team that you at the end of the season went, oh, the Bulls won. Yeah, we knew the Bulls were going to win, right? They led from wire to wire. 34-7 during the first half of the season. 34-7 during the second half of the season. Lost 7 postseason games. Won 84 games this year and an NBA championship, on par with the 15-16 Warriors, 95-96 Bulls, 96-97 Bulls.
Hell of a run.
One of the greatest seasons ever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, one of the greatest
seasons. Teams, but greatest seasons.
I mean, it's up there, man. They've done everything.
What do we say about the Royals? You go with your superstar?
Yeah.
SGA, scoring title, MVP, NBA Finals MVP, NBA Finals.
One of 4 players in the history of the league to do that.
Yep.
On one of the 4 teams in the history of the league to win 84 games.
Solid run.
I mean,
and they're young,
and we're sitting here, blinding ourselves trying to name superstars and find the leaders of the NBA. They just gave it to us, and we're like, they're not interesting because they're in Oklahoma City. I mean, that's essentially what it boils down to.
And breaking news, the Pacers have fired Rick Carlisle. Still has his job.
Hey, but are you joking about that, though? Because who knows in the NBA, right? Yeah, you went all the way to the NBA Finals, and you're fired.
So what is Durant's legacy?
I mean, I still think there's room for it to change. I think this stop could help him quite a bit more than it could hurt him because, I mean, these past few stops aren't going to be remembered well, right? I mean,
Brooklyn sucked.
Yeah.
Phoenix
that's what people will say about Brooklyn. He was a toe away from beating the Bucks, who won the NBA Finals.
So was Isaiah Likely.
Yeah, in week 1 of the regular season, KD carried that team. But people will remember Brooklyn sucking instead of the injuries and him carrying them.
Well, it was just a catastrophic failure in Brooklyn because that's when Kyrie came out and was like, the earth's flat. I don't want to talk to anybody. I have my own world.
It's terrible.
I do believe one of the things that Stephen A. Smith was right about, Kobe's death definitely messed up Kyrie. That was like his mentor. That was his guy. Kobe passed away suddenly, and Kyrie was shook for a little bit for this time in Brooklyn. He's kind of come around more so that he's been in Dallas, or if you want to say that per se. But Kevin Durant will always be, in my opinion, known as the third, maybe second best player of his time in the NBA. It will always be LeBron. Then that Steph Curry kid kind of came out of nowhere, and Durant rode those coattails to 2 titles.
Yes,
now, again, he was a Finals MVP, got 2 titles. It was a great move on his part, but it was still Steph's team. It was never Kevin Durant's team. Every time Kevin Durant has been the guy on the team, they've never done it. Oklahoma City, it was a failure.
Yep.
He went to Brooklyn, didn't work out, played well, but didn't work out when it came to what he had to do. Because on Brooklyn, there was 3. It was him, Kyrie, and Harden. And he was kind of the guy to be the guy, and it didn't happen. Phoenix, it was just the end of the career started to come around, and then now he's going to Houston. What he provides the Rockets, I don't know, but he won't be the guy that everyone's going to think, like, oh, here's Kevin Durant, the guy that's going to get us 29 a game, play 35 minutes, and do that. That's just not where he's at anymore. But I don't know. I think his legacy's fine. He's one of the best college basketball players I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He won, 2 titles?
Yep. MVP.
Couple MVPs on the belt.
Yep.
Like, he's going to be a Hall of Famer, obviously. And he'll be one of the best NBA players of his generation.
See, for me, I always kind of fall into a second category with him because I feel like he's not a win with guy or win because of guy, you know? He's a win. He got there, they won. He wasn't the reason why they won. Every time, as Dusty said, that's kind of my impression of Kevin Durant. You had to go and ride the coattails in order to get that championship. And you did. But then when you went out on your own and you tried to do it your way, it failed miserably, right? Brooklyn, Phoenix, who knows what's going to happen down in Houston, with this team. But I think Kevin Durant, for me, is always going to be that guy who wasn't able to carry a franchise. But if he was on a team with other star players, then he was able to fit in and be a nice addition to that team. But when he was asked to be the guy, he's just not the guy. And that's fine. A lot of people aren't the guy. Most people aren't the guy when it comes to professional sports. And Kevin Durant was a very good player, great player, Hall of Fame player. But he's not one of those guys that I would say, that's a guy I need in order to win.
Steph rode his coattails. You guys overrate Steph Curry. You guys don't know ball. It's obvious.
Oh, the second thing I don't agree with. But the Steph rode his coattails, I wouldn't say Steph rode his coattails, but it certainly wasn't KD riding Steph Curry. KD was the best player on that team, and I think Warriors needed KD just like KD needed the Warriors. Maybe not as much. I think the Warriors still would have been contenders. They don't just cruise to 2 titles like that. Kevin Durant put them over the edge.
Yeah. And that's why everybody hated. That's why everybody started hating
totally
the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, right.
And I get that move. I just say Kevin Durant was incredible. I think legacy-wise, though, you're right. I mean, people are going to remember Steph Curry as the guy and remember KD, I'll believe incorrectly, as someone who couldn't be the guy. I think we saw him do. I mean, he brought.
And there's the beauty in sports, though, Max. Sorry to jump in. That's perception, right? How do you change that? It's hard. It really is.
It's very hard. Yes.
Because there's people you have perception, like Alex Rodriguez, never going to be a big game player, in my opinion. Even though he won a world championship, he's never a big game player. Aaron Judge has to win like 10 world championships before people will accept him as a big-time player. Patrick Mahomes, no matter what he does the rest of his career, that's a big game player right there. Josh Allen, not merely a big game player.
He's got to prove that. Yeah, he's got to change that perception, and that's going to be hard to do for a lot of people, including you. So I get that. My perception of KD's different. I'm also a little biased. I'm been my guy since I was a kid, so I get it. I will say these last 2 seasons, 75 and 62 games played, 27 points a game, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. He can get you 27 and 6 a night on 30 minutes a game still.
Now, will he be 38 at the start of next season?
37 at the start of next season. Okay. So right now 36, but yeah. So he's
got 1 to 2.
1 to 2 more years is what I'd say. I'd put him at. And I think Phoenix, you shipped him off at the. I mean, you got what you could. They needed to get rid of him.
A good trade for both parties. Houston got rid of some stuff they didn't want. They got rid of something they didn't want. Like sometimes those trades work out that way. Jeremy Guthrie, Jonathan Sanchez type of trade. Royals didn't want Sanchez anymore. Rockies didn't want Guthrie. They swapped locations. It's great for. I don't know what Sanchez did in Colorado. I don't really care. But Guthrie came here, changed the scenery. It was great. He took his game to the next level, became a cult hero here in Kansas City. Maybe they can do that for Houston right now, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think the West is wide open, though.
No, the West.
The East, however, that thing is now wide open.
Yeah, two top 5 players. Exactly. Tyrese
and Boston,
Tatum.
Tatum and Haliburton both out. And does the Knicks have a coach yet?
No. That didn't happen since we were back last week.
They did not announce that at Fanatics either.
Mike Brown didn't get hired yet?
Yeah, not yet.
If I'm the Knicks, I gotta get that Coastal Carolina coach.
Yeah, that baseball coach from Coastal Carolina. He beat the hell out of some people.
He's scared an umpire.
I mean, the umpire falling down and then ejecting him. That's you got embarrassed, pal. And that umpire who ejected him and fell down had 7 years in Major League Baseball. He was so bad they fired him of Major League Baseball.
Wow.
And now he's umpiring at the collegiate ranks, embarrasses himself, falls down, acts like the manager pushed him to the manager didn't touch him, and kicked him out of the game in the final game of the College World Series. What a douche move by the umpire.
Oh, no, that guy's coming after me. I got to get out of here. Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Get
up,
over
Harry.
tea kettle, yeah.
You can't look like that. You're ruining it for all of us. Coming up on the other side, Bob needs to take it easy when it comes to Seth Lugo in a comparison. Plus, there's some players to be named for trades we'll dive into as well here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Hey, what yo, man?
On your home for Kansas City Sports. 96.5 The Fan.
All right, we're all looking to save some money, right? We're all looking to eat really, really good. Well, Hy-Vee is helping you do both, saving money and eating great. And they have daily meal deals every single day at the Hy-Vee Market Grill. Who wants to cook in all this heat? Let Hy-Vee handle everything for you. From 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. every single day for $8 per person or less. You can bring the whole family to Meatloaf Monday, Crispy Tenderloin Tuesday, and Cheeseburger Wednesday, including Hy-Vee's famous French fries. And then don't forget Steak Thursday with a perfectly seasoned steak, the garlic mashed potatoes, and sweet corn for just $12. You can dine in or carry out breakfast, lunch, or dinner. You're going to love Hy-Vee Market Grill as much as I do. So get to Hy-Vee Market Grill today. Let them do all the cooking during these hot summer days, only at Hy-Vee.
Don't let clogged drains slow you down. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 5-star reviews ensures your peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Oh, I can hear the sizzle of the grill. It's time to buy Gates sauces and try extra hot at your 4th of July cookout, or use as an enhancement for your special dips and your family's secret sauce. Try Gates salad seasoning on raw and cooked veggies, or sprinkle on your grilled corn on the cob for that extra flavor pop. Pick up a couple of slabs of ribs or a party tray to entertain at home. Whichever, Gates Barbecue has you covered. Gates 5 locations are open and want to be a part of your 4th of July celebration. Gates Barbecue. Thanks with love.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. Choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
I got hurt in a car wreck. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons you should call us? 1, it's easy. You can hire us today on your phone. 2, it's fast. We can start helping you today. 3, the results.
After my wreck, DM Law got me $200,000. Mike's got this.
Call me. I've got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Rob Site Ford. Non-commissioned staff, low prices, best trade-ins, and the biggest selection. Visit robsite.com.
When it comes to buying a car, simple wins. Rob Site Ford has the inventory, the trade values, and the non-commissioned team that puts you first. No pressure, just 4.8 stars on Google for a reason. ROBSIGHT.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side 70 westbound gets heavy around Van Brunt, stays pretty slow over towards 27th Street, getting into a construction zone, blocking the left lane. Lee Summit, US 50 westbound slow from Chipman up to 470. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
The Out of Options Podcast, with new episodes released every Tuesday on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Diving right back into it on a Monday, 7 o'clock here at 96.5 The Fan. Mac Morning, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Leggins, all back together with you. Some funny things of videos you see last night in the NBA Championship. Did you see the video of Adam Silver, a.k.a. Baltimore, show me his face, standing in the crowd as they're like showing the end is near of the game, and it's just him and his two security guard goons. They're just standing there, no emotion, just staring on.
Gosh, he's so weird.
Was he the biggest celebrity again in attendance?
No.
Other than Kristen Chenoweth, who sang the national anthem beautifully last night. Other than her, were there any other famous Oklahomans there?
The other funny video I saw was Jalen Williams trying his first beer.
That was good.
He was like, "Where's the tequila at?" And they all got like a Michelob Ultra. He takes one drink. He's just like, "Oh, this isn't for me." So great, man. So great. You can find that. Sports Center tweeted it out.
And then also the buses, too. The buses with the world champions. Oklahoma City's lucky where were those buses being stored? By the Pacers locker room? Like, what in the hell was that?
They already had buses painted with champions and open face, all ready for the parade, and they saw it. The Pacers saw it before the game. That could have been bad.
It could have been real bad that Haliburton got injured and changed the whole dynamic of the game. Are you going down for the parade then?
Of course.
You get down there, you head down I-35 and going to check this thing out. I think it's going to be fun. It's actually kind of cool. Oklahoma City, that's a city that legitimately has never won anything.
No.
And they finally get this opportunity. Their first team, it's been there a little over a decade now. And, that's a great story, man. It's really cool to see a smaller little town like that get a parade. And I'm interested to see what's going to happen in that parade and how cool it's going to be. And,
those fans are going to go nuts.
Yeah. And they've got like a river walk down there as well in Bricktown. So maybe they're going to go down the river there. I don't know how they're going to do the parade in Oklahoma City, but I hope somebody makes an ass of themselves.
Had a weekend of the College World Series. LSU wins. So now an SEC team has won the College World Series every year since 2018. Caitlin Clark played on Sunday, if anybody watched that as well. As well as Sophie Cunningham. By the way, I don't know if you saw that information. Her jersey sold out overnight. After she put that lady in the ear lock.
That's right.
And then it was the 7th straight season a different NBA champion was.
That's cool, right?
I love it.
So it went Raptors, Lakers, Bucks, Golden State, Denver, Celtics, Thunder.
Right.
That's insane.
Celtic Thunder. I like that act. They're really good. They come to the music hall a lot, right? But I think that's cool. And I also think that's stressful a little bit. And I say stressful because you need a villain in the league still. Yep. And I don't know that the league right now has that villainous team. Like the Chiefs are the villain of the NFL. Say what you want, right? We love them here. Everybody else hates the Chiefs, right? Can we have that villainous team now in the NBA, or is it going to be just villainous people? And I don't know who the biggest villain right now, the commissioner maybe, is in the NBA.
I seen you guys have video of him standing in the crowd.
Yeah, okay.
Via Twitter.
I'll have to look at it.
It looks like just pure evil. It's like a skinny Dr. Evil just like trying to like take over the NBA world as he already has done. It's just weird.
But who is the villain now? Is there a villainous?
Silver.
Yeah, right. But Oklahoma City can't be. They're too nice. They're too good. They're too.
Let them win back to back.
Now that's the thing.
Yeah,
they
keep
win
winning.
again, right?
That's happened to Golden State.
Yep. They're the
Chiefs.
first year the Chiefs won, right? Like the first
yeah.
year we won that championship, man. Everybody loved the Chiefs. This is
Mahomes
awesome.
is so
This is
cool.
fun. Look at Mahomes. Everybody's got his hair cut. Everybody's got his jersey. I hate this guy now, man. All he does is win. Is that going to be SGA in a couple of years? Like, I'm rooting for Oklahoma City to truly become a dynasty and become that villainous team. I think that would be kind of fun for the smallest market in American professional sports outside of Green Bay to be the biggest villain in one of the top leagues.
Heck yeah.
The irony of sports is that to be great, you have to win. To be hated, you have to continue to win.
That's right.
People hate the Yankees.
Yep.
People hate the Chiefs. People hated the Patriots. People hated the Lakers. People hate the Celtics.
Right,
What do they all do? They just win.
Win.
And why do you hate them? Because they win. Seth Lugo is Greg Maddux? Question mark.
Kind of like a little bit like a Greg Maddux to me, man. Like just up there painting pictures when he pitches. He's fun to watch pitch, and Greg Maddux was fun to watch pitch. I don't know that I've had this much fun watching anybody on the Royals pitch, maybe ever. Right? Like maybe that Greinke outlier of a season, but the team was so bad. Who gave a rat's ass? Yeah, but it wasn't like this. This is watching somebody on the mound basically saying, "I'm going to do whatever the hell I want, and you're not going to hit it." I've got 18 different options, and you have no idea what I'm going to do. And I think a lot of it, too, has the fact that he looks like a dad, right? He's wearing his dad pants out there on the mound. He's got that device, and he just keeps pushing in numbers, and every time he pushes in something, he dials up the right one. Like, he just goes out there and toys with people. Like, I haven't seen somebody truly toy with people like Greg Maddux did back in the day. He would mess with people's minds, and that's what Lugo's like to me. I watch him out there on the mound, and I look at those batters. They have no effing idea what this guy's going to do. They can't figure out Seth Lugo out there. And that's why I think it's like Greg, because you can never figure out Greg Maddux. Lugo just goes out there and it's something different every single time. And if you think you got it figured out, he just invents a new pitch and throws it at you and gets you out. He's great, man.
I think the one comp I'll give you with Greg, because I think Greg Maddux is the greatest pitcher of all time.
Yeah.
And I've sent you videos to like enlighten you of how crazy he was as a pitcher.
Yeah,
The equivalent of Tony Gwynn was Greg Maddux, right? Like, didn't walk anybody, pitched a game one time in an hour and 12 minutes, and threw a complete game shutout in like 85 pitches.
Right.
I mean,
Somebody would have pulled them probably after the third, though.
And I will say, I think the thing that gives me similarities in this context of what you say is that they're both frustrating from a batter's perspective.
Hell yes.
Because it's not like they're going up there and hosing you down with 97 miles per hour. They just make the ball dance at a speed that is 87, 88. Maybe there's a couple of 90s in there as well. But they're almost just a painter. And when you see the ball move, or you're like thinking to yourself, okay, splitter, slider, curve, I don't know what's coming, but they all break it a different way and it comes out of the same slot. You can't really understand like which pitch is coming, so it's confusing. Whereas like a guy like Paul Skeens goes up there and it's just like, I can't touch this guy because he's throwing 102 miles per hour, and the ball moves at such a fast rate. Whereas Lugo makes you think more than anything. And I think that's the frustrational part that Maddux would do, because there were times when Bobby Cox like walk Bonds and he's like, no. I'll start him outside. I'll move him inside. He'll pop it up to Chipper on the third pitch. Watch. Pitch 3, pop up to third base, Chipper Jones. And it's just one of those crazy things that those guys have. They are masters of their craft. They're not just, I don't want to say God-given talent, because they are, but like it's not like it's Skeens, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, those guys that were like power pitchers. But Lugo is that guy that he's very good at his craft. Again, I'm with you. I would like to see him just go a little longer. But hey, maybe there is something there that we don't know yet.
You ever see those artists at charity auctions that like paint with speed, and they paint these great photos of
Or
like,
they do it upside down and then turn it?
Yeah, like, and they just go. Like, and at the end you get this picture of Patrick Mahomes. You're like, oh my God, look at the way that turned out, right? That's like watching Seth Lugo out there on the mound. He's doing different things. He's mixing pitches. Like, if you're a kid that wants to be a big league pitcher, be Seth Lugo, man, because that guy's going to have a long career. He's never going to blow out his arm because he's not throwing 1,000 miles per hour. He's a true pitcher, and there's not many pitchers anymore. There are throwers, guys that want to get up to 105 miles an hour. But guys like Seth Lugo and Greg Maddux that just go up there and just kind of do their thing and dictate the game. Like, there's not many pitchers that dictate a game like Seth Lugo and Greg Maddux did back in the day. And I know it's a big time comparison, but that's like the first thing I thought of, like just sitting back and watching these guys with enjoyment and laughing at times too. Like, oh my God, that was awesome what that guy just did right there.
That's why I love the combo of Reagan's Lugo. Lefty righty. younger, older, power, strikeout pitcher, finesse, veteran, painting the picture. Comes up on the top of the text line. Is it bad that I think we should trade Lugo?
No, I'm kind of with you. Like right now where the Royals are, I would hate to miss an opportunity to be able to trade Lugo and restock that farm system. I get both sides of that thing, but like if you go downhill, you end up like 5 games under 500. Let's say, right? I don't know why I came up with that number. Well, let's just use that for argument's sake.
You get swept by Tampa.
Yeah, you get swept by Tampa. You're 5 games under 500. The Dodgers are rolling into town. That's a time now. We're not really adders if you're 5 games under 500 at the beginning of July, right? You got to think, okay, I think it's still too early for anybody to say that they're sellers, as we saw last week. But you also have to be out there exploring options because desperate teams sometimes do desperate things around the trade deadline to get better. I think you do have to explore the options out there for Seth Lugo. And if something great is out there, then you make the move. And if nothing great is out there, then you don't make that move. But you can't not listen to anything. And that's something that I know these guys do in front offices. They listen on everybody because you never know what's going to be out there and you never know what somebody may offer you.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned letting Lugo go because who is the anchor of your staff right now? Is it Bubic? Is it Noah Cameron? He can't get any runs, so it doesn't matter what he does. Lugo, Reagan's sounds like he's going to be out until at least after the All-Star game. I don't know. I mean, you're kind of just in like this weird predicament where you're kind of like in purgatory right now where you're not winning your division, nor are you a wild card team, but you're not necessarily out of the wild card. You're 2 games out of your wild card. Obviously, you're 10.5 out of your division. We all think that is pretty much signed, sealed, delivered. It's Detroit's. But again, you don't have Cole Reagans, and you don't know what he will be when he comes back. You don't know if Bubic will be able to continue it. He's going to have days where he's not there.
Right.
You've got Lorenzen, Noah Cameron, these other guys in the rotation. So it's kind of one of those things where I'm like,
yeah, right. And purgatory is a great word to use, Dusty. I think that nails it. Like everybody knows what purgatory is, and that's what you are when you're a 500 baseball team. Like in sports, either be really, really good or really, really bad. Being a 500 team doesn't really accomplish much because it hinders you from making moves to get better, but it also gives you that false sense that you're in it, and then maybe you don't make other moves down the line in order to get rid of some veterans to get some minor leaguers back that could help your minor league system and build your organization up. So I think you're right. I think purgatory is the good term. Either be really, really good or really, really bad. But that purgatory, man, it does suck.
We're going to have Steven Spector pull the starters early, let our guy Mac Morey take over in the 8th inning here. Is one word on the other side, plus the NBA Finals, a reaction to what Mac says. It was better than people will give it credit for. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, as we know, summertime is officially here, and that means a lot of long nights sitting outside and enjoying your backyard. And I'm safe to say now, I can enjoy my yard safely because of my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Those mosquitoes are bad news, man. You don't want them getting into your yard. You don't want them stinging you. You don't want those bites. You want mosquitoes gone. And if you have pets, you want the fleas gone. You want ticks gone as well. And you can accomplish all of that with my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They put that mosquito dome over our house, and now we can sit outside during these beautiful long summer nights and enjoy our backyard and not have to worry about getting diseases from all of those nasty mosquitoes. And we don't have to worry about the fleas and ticks getting all over our dog. And Aspen Lawn and Pest Control has protected our yard, and they've made our yard look awesome. The college-educated professionals at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have figured things out for our yard. We couldn't get it done. They did it in no time at all. Gone are the weeds, the dandelion, the clover. It's just green grass right now in our yard, and it looks awesome. And if you get in touch with Aspen Lawn and Pest Control right now and mention this ad, they're going to give you up to half off your first application. And they offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. So visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Hey there, Kansas Lottery here. And we want to get together for a game or two. Meet us at your favorite retailer or wherever you like to buy your tickets, and we can let the games begin. There's a lot of fun and cash on the line. See kslottery.com for details.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Exercising and being outside are two things I love doing almost every day. I can't imagine joint pain slowing me down. The good news is, if you do have joint pain, I've got the answer for you. QC Kinetics has over 50,000 satisfied patients in less than a decade, and everyone is getting results with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime at all. QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of regenerative medicine. They use natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Regenerative medicine used to be an alternative, and now it's mainstream. So if you love being outside and working out as much as I do, or you just love to play golf or tennis or doing everyday activities, and you don't want to live with that joint pain any longer, call my friends over at QC Kinetics. Don't let sore knees or elbows or shoulders or a back keep you from doing the things you love. Call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299, 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. It's QC Kinetics.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side 70 westbound heavy around Van Brunt with construction blocking the left lane. Heading out of downtown 29 northbound with an accident before the Paseo, keeping at least one lane blocked. Building delays now onto 71 northbound from 10th Street. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
back at it on a Monday here on 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well. Last night, the NBA Finals came to a wrap, a Game 7 that was, well, felt deflated. We had a chance. We were watching the first half. It was back and forth. It was tied. It was this. It was that. It was great. And then kaboom goes the Achilles tendon, we would think, for Tyrese Haliburton.
We were robbed.
Yeah, we were cheated. And I think that sometimes is the biggest problem in playoffs is the stars aren't there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We always hear it in football. It's not who's the best team. It's who's the healthiest team. Sometimes you get to this point and all of a sudden, like, the best player isn't there because they got hurt late in the season or in the playoffs. Tatum for the Celtics, Haliburton for the Pacers last night. We've seen this before. When things happen, it's like, I don't know if this is going to work out. Luckily, the Chiefs have kind of escaped that with Mahomes' ankle and stuff, as he's obviously won some Super Bowls on some bum ankles. But again, it's that part of these seasons. You know, you watch it all year. You watch these guys do it. You see Haliburton hit those threes and kill those teams' momentum. And then all of a sudden, here's this guy that, like him or not, that's a terrible problem that we have with sports, that unfortunately sometimes in these situations we do get cheated because we lose greatness.
You do lose greatness. And it was bizarre because it was basically the same spot, the same motion that he hurt his quad the other night in like Game 5 on the floor. I mean, they show them side by side and you're like, holy cow, this is habitual now for this guy. Like, he's gotten injured twice in the same spot on the floor, basically doing the same motion. It was like, oh my God, that was weird that it happened like that. But I give Indiana credit for hanging around as long as they did too. I mean, they gave it a run into the third quarter. You know,
were up at half.
I mean, exactly. They were up going into the locker room at halftime by like a point or whatever, but still, you had the lead at halftime. I'm like, man, give these guys a lot of credit for sticking with it and doing their thing. And that McMaster's guy or whoever came in for Haliburton, I mean, that guy, I mean, Mitch, he played well, man. Like that guy went out there and absolutely, held his own for a while. And then you saw why he's a backup player and Haliburton's the star, and you can only get so much out of it. But I give them a hell of a lot of credit for not just fading away when that injury happened, because that would have been really easy for them just to put their hands up and go, damn, I guess we're done here. But they didn't. They continued to fight. And they're like, hey, we only got one game left. Let's go out there and play balls to the wall. And they did. And they did for a while. And then it became obviously too much to handle. And the league MVP took over, the face of the league now. SGA, I know nobody wants to because he's boring, but he is. And they dominated in the second half, and they won that championship series at home. So congratulations to them,
To have a face of the league, do we need LeBron to step away?
Probably.
Yeah, we need the NBA to just
stop trying.
Yes,
Just stop this conversation. It's so
seriously,
stupid.
I'm done.
It's all dictated by ESPN, which, by the way, they stink their coverage. And I'm not trying to toot our own horns here, but we called this months ago, and I feel like since you and I mentioned that to each other, it has been everybody on top of ESPN right now, and it's two different broadcasts. TNT is the fun, cool, drunkle. ESPN is the hardo sports guy who's making you follow all the rules, sit at the table, refer to me as Mr. and Mrs., all the rules. And then you got TNT that's like, man, anybody want to have a party and have fun, come over here. And ESPN is that rotten uncle you don't want to go see, and TNT's the fun uncle, right? TNT's Bob.
It kind of reminds me of like Monday Night Wars as a kid. The only reason you watched WCW is because it was on at 7 and Raw started at 8. And you could definitely see the difference in the broadcast. Like, I don't know if I want to listen to Eric Bischoff for an hour. I'd rather listen to Jim Ross and Lawler, commentate for wrestling. So you just put up with it.
Yeah.
Whereas like ESPN, you're kind of just like, this isn't Chuck and Shaq and Ernie and Kenny. This is it.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's the thing. Are they bad or are they just not TNT? Because TNT is so unique and good and entertaining. ESPN's fine, but it's not TNT.
No, it's
right?
exactly what Monday Night Wars was. Like WCW was good. I mean, it was still like Hulk Hogan was still there kind of at the end of his prime. You had the, NWO was there, but it wasn't DX and Stone Cold and The Rock and The Undertaker, a.k.a. Siakam. I don't know what possessed that man that one night before that game when he looked up and the eyes rolled in the back of his head. What the hell happened to that?
Obviously.
Dude, he hit the right Lord in that moment. Yes. Like, whatever his spiritual being was in that moment, Siakam found it, and it found him like direct contact. That man left Earth and became something different at that moment. But that's kind of what ESPN and TNT was, and that's the way I was thinking about it this weekend. I was like, I watched WCW. I didn't like it as much, but I still enjoyed it. I still liked watching Scott Hall go out there and Kevin Nash do their things as the outsiders. And then it was like, yeah, but 8 o'clock, all my attention goes over here because it's more entertaining. They do a better job. It's put together better. I don't know. And that's kind of how this whole thing was. But the other side of the reaction to Game 7 was, like Bob had mentioned, SGA. This guy did something that you hardly ever seen, only 3 other times. Shaq, Jordan, and Abdul-Jabbar have done this, where they had a scoring title, they won an MVP, and they won an NBA title. You can also parlay another leg into there with SGA because he won the MVP of the finals as well.
It's crazy how good
and
this
won
guy
68
was.
games with his team.
And everybody's like, who's the face of the league? Hey, look at me. Look at me. I'm doing really nice things.
Miss Clifton.
Yeah, exactly. like, why are we having such a hard time adopting this guy and just embracing the fact that he's doing stuff that, everybody but 3 other players in the history of the league couldn't do? Be like, say, Mahomes isn't the face of the league after he went out there and ran roughshot all over everybody,
Two
it
of
is
those
what it
players
is.
are probably the 2 best centers in basketball's history.
Yes.
Maybe not. I mean, Bill Russell's going to get a lot of love. But Shaq and Kareem, come on.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, you heard of Michael Jordan?
Right.
It's like crazy. But again, SGA did it. I know he got a little bit of heat the first couple of games in the playoffs where he started flopping and getting the foul calls. It was like, oh, this is annoying. But, look, he's that guy. And he's young.
He's great. Best mid-range shooter I've seen since Kobe Bryant.
Can he bring it back?
I mean, yeah, with this team, they're all coming back.
Better
They're young.
mid-range jumper than KD? I thought he was the go to the mid-range.
KD, when I picture KD, you picture him inside the arc shooting shots and hitting every single one of
just
them.
hands in his faces. Yeah, that's fair.
I watched him do it at Texas.
Yeah.
I watched him just come up. He didn't need it. He could hit the 3 if he wanted to, but he just had that mid-range and size and everybody in college. Obviously, the NBA, people caught up to his height, but still in the NBA, it was like, who's this skinny guy that just is piercing us from inside the arc? That's Kevin Durant. That shot's still alive. Bring it back, the mid-range jumper.
Yeah, well, that both these teams do shoot the mid-range jumper. They don't rely on the 3. They play physical, defensive brands of basketball. They pass the ball. It's not ISO ball. Sure, SGA is the best player. Tyrese Haliburton's probably the best player, but everyone's involved on all of those teams. It's high-octane offense. It's extremely fun to watch. It's fast-paced, and it's a copycat league, just like every sports league, right? We are slowly transitioning from we need 3 stars and then 4 or 5 whatever, guys on the team to win a championship. We are transitioning from that to we need 7 or 8 really good dudes who play as a unit. And I think we're going to see other teams start to copy these 2 brands of basketball, which was unified.
You mean a team brand of sport?
Brand, yeah.
Oh, my God, like the Chiefs.
We're going to get a whole roster that's good and has chemistry, and they're unified. And once the ratings will come once it's Chicago with this sort of team. It's a New York Knicks. It's an L.A. The ratings will come in droves because the brand of basketball is improving right now, and we're going to have a big market
Because that's the tweet we're going to get later today.
The ratings were going to be down, right?
Yeah, ratings are going to be down.
Worst finals ratings we've had in the history of the NBA.
But it went 7 games, so the NBA wins in all of this.
For sure.
I bet you last night's a pretty big number, right? With the weather the way it is, nobody wanted to be outside doing anything. It was Sunday night, Game 7. Everybody loves a Game 7, regardless if you're a diehard fan of the sport or not. You're watching Game 7 because it's for everything. Like, nothing that you've done all year matters, right? Literally nothing matters up until that point. Everything matters tonight. So everybody's a sports fan. You're watching that game. That's what sports is about. And so I think last night probably got a good rating, but it went 7, so the networks win, the NBA wins, all of those folks who are cashing checks win for all of this. And I think, as fans, we saw something different, and it's okay to embrace different in sports and not have that household name, just watch a team. Isn't that what we kind of wanted all along? Like sports fans always say, just give me a bunch of guys who come up together and win, not all these superstars. Oklahoma City does it. We go, that's boring. You can't win.
Well, again, text line, it's because people call SGA the unethical hooper. And then the other one is SGA has made the NBA watchable again. So
there you go.
I mean, sure, the Canadian superstar, man, not the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, people try and make that free throw merchant his sort of title. He wasn't even historic free throw numbers from him. He's a great hooper.
I will say Game 7s you will always watch, no matter the sport. Now, I think that's the one thing the NFL misses out on.
Yeah.
And I think this is why the conference championship round is so attractive, because that's the closest you get in the NFL to a Game 7 is NFC, AFC championship game. Because it is two teams to go to the greatest. Whereas like Game 7, it's like one of these teams is going to win this championship, the other one's not. Obviously, Dusty, you're welcome. But the thing is, with the NFL, you don't get that.
Right.
So the biggest, like, nuts on the table, sorry, Spec, but the biggest moment that you have when it comes to that is those conference games. And then you get to the Super Bowl and you're like, oh my God, we still have one more to go. But at least at this point, you're here. College basketball, Final Four, right? The NCAA championship, you're like, all right, well, the Final Four was much more attractive because it was, do or die. Game 7, do or die. NHL, MLB, NBA, you're there for Game 7 as long as it's not your team. But again, you look at the NFC and AFC championship games, I think that's why they're so attractive, because they bring so much magnitude into one moment, kind of like last night. And then we all look back and we go, well, it was deflated because of the whole injury to Tyrese Haliburton.
Yeah, but it was and wasn't. I mean, they hung around for long enough to keep you kind of interested to think that they may have a comeback. But, I guess you could look at every NFL playoff game as a Game 7. Because I was thinking last night, too, I'm like, man, how do you do a Game 7 in the NFL? What if you did like a 2-game series, a home and home, and an aggregate scoring or something like that? But that just adds more time to it. I mean, obviously in the NFL, you can't do a series. You'd love to do a playoff series in the NFL that would never end, right? We'd be going and going and going and going.
But Trubisky versus Chad Henne, real quick.
Yeah, real fast, right? And so now you've got an opportunity to watch a Game 7 last night, and we all did. I think it's going to get a big number.
Somebody says also from the 816, before we get into one word, the NBA Finals took almost an entire month to play. Most people forgot about it.
Well, that my wife
that
said to me,
issue.
she said to me yesterday, she goes, this is still going on? She goes, this started on my birthday. I said, this is over 2 months now that this playoff has been going on.
Yeah, get it back to what? 3-2-2? Is that right?
2-3-2.
2-3-2. Yeah, get it back to 2-3-2.
I like that.
Because then you'll have to do those like 2 games and then travel for 2 days and an off day. So it was like you'd play on Tuesday, they wouldn't play again until Friday night or Saturday afternoon. It's like,
and make the first round 5 games.
Correct.
I agree, but money's involved, and you know how it is, and so there we go.
Go ahead, Mac.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
Well, we'll start where we just left off. One word on Game 7 of the NBA Finals. OKC winning their first title.
Entertaining. It was entertaining to watch a team like that win, to watch a city like that win, to see an injury happen, to see a team overcome that injury for a while, to lead at halftime. It's entertaining.
It was new, right? One of those teams going to be a first-time champion. It was a Game 7. You're lying to yourself if you weren't intrigued. We were at the pool yesterday, and about 6 o'clock, everybody kind of got together and goes, oh, it starts at 7, not 7:30 tonight. That's interesting. It was on people's radar. You had booze, sub sandwiches, swimming pool, bikinis, dudes in short shorts, NBA on the mind because it was Game 7. It was new. SGA, Haliburton. I thought it was fine. I thought it was fun. I know the ratings will say otherwise. Some people will hate the NBA talk here in Kansas City. Get over it. You don't get to have it for again until October. So
Exactly.
Wait, the season doesn't start till well after Christmas.
Yeah, well, neither does the NFL.
One word on Kevin Durant traded, kind of stole the limelight, the spotlight of the NBA Finals there for most of the day over to now Houston Rockets from Phoenix.
I think the unsurprising word comes to mind for me. We all knew he was going to get traded, and it was just a matter of whether it was going to be San Antonio, Houston, or Miami, right? And Miami, I guess, backed out, so then it was down to 2. So unsurprising, it was time for Kevin Durant to move on from that situation in Arizona. It seems like he moves on from situations really, really fast, though.
It was fantastic at Fanatics. So it was fantastic that it happened the way it did. I think that's interesting when you see those things happen because sometimes that is relatable, right? You don't know things are going to happen in your life, and when they do, sometimes you're kind of surprised by that. Athletes in this world are seen so much higher up that their lives are different, the money they make, the styles they live, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, he just found out the same way we did via shams at Fanatics on a couch during an interview. That to me was insane. It's fun. It's kind of cool to see that kind of come full circle when it comes to life in general. When it's like, this is Kevin Durant, one of the best basketball players to ever step foot on the hardwood, and he got the information the same way Mac Morey got the information.
And isn't that sad, though? Like, the guy who's getting traded doesn't know before, like, everybody else. Probably knew something was in the works.
I think he wants us to think that he didn't know.
I think he knew he was getting traded, but I don't know if he knew how or when he was getting traded.
So Let me
Or
back
to
up
who?
a little bit. You've been working with me for a year now, Mac. Are you saying conspiracy theory to create the one-of-one card for Topps?
Hey, they did get a one-on-one.
Yeah, I think it's to help out his agent and fanatics and to say F you to the NBA because no one respects Adam Silver right now.
Also, props to the NBA trying to get into the card game.
Why do we hate Adam Silver?
Because he sucks.
Yeah, because he hasn't really done what the players have asked from him for a long time.
Well,
or
they're
really
not
the
his
fans.
boss. The owners are his boss.
You're
So
not
if he
my boss.
does,
You're not God.
if the owners are telling him what to do and he's executing what the owners want him to do, he's doing his job. So give me examples of why we hate Adam Silver, because you said he sucks
He's not
and you said he
growing.
doesn't do what the players want. So like
He's stalling the game. He's not doing innovative ways to make it better. He's seen other sports do exactly what he should be doing, and he still punts against it. You watch the Frozen Four of the NHL and the All-Star break. Now he's like, well, we'll do it, but we'll think about it. You look at the playoff situation, how long it is. He changed all that, right? He's the one that was the commissioner at the time, or was it still Stern?
Yeah.
It was Silver, right? That went to
think
the
so.
7-7-7-7-7. And he just doesn't really, I don't know, he doesn't give you that sort of accoutrement to kind of help your sport grow. It's just we're still stuck talking about Michael Jordan in 2025.
Yeah, there is that a little bit, but he was the greatest player of all time. We're always going to talk about him, I feel like. But, I mean, sometimes the commissioner is only able to do what the owners are going to allow him to do. And if they want extra games added because it's extra money for them, that's what he's going to do. The commissioner doesn't work for the players. Everybody's got to stop thinking about that. He has nothing to do with the players at all. He is there on behest of the owners. And if you make your bosses happy, you will stay employed. And if you're a commissioner, you want that check to keep coming. So you're going to do what your employer wants you to do.
He certainly doesn't work for me because Kansas City would have a team, which NBA expansion is being discussed. We'll get to that later on, but I want to get to the baseball. I want to get to the Royals weekend because it was successful. Man, we were in here pretty dreary, pretty gray, pretty flat this last week after kind of a losing streak. 4-2 on the weekend road trip for the Royals. Could have been 5-1, but one word on the Royals weekend.
Yeah, unfulfilling because of the way that it ended. You started out so great, winning 4 on the road, and then losing the last 2 going into the new week. You know, as we were talking about earlier, the Chiefs will play a Friday night game. By the time we roll in here on Monday, nobody's talking about what happened Friday night. And that's kind of where I feel like I am with the Royals. They won 4, but nobody's talking about that because they lost the last 2, and that's the memory that you have that's right here in front of your face.
Yeah, successful is my term that you use. I mean, you went 4-2 last week on Tuesday. If I'd have told you they're going to sweep the Rangers and win 1 in San Diego and they're going to go 4-2 on this road trip, you looked at me in my face. I know all of you in the text line. I can hear all of your voices say, "You're an idiot, Dusty. This team's washed. They suck. They can't score runs." And then they swept Texas, where they never play well in. They stood their ground against San Diego. I understand yesterday was disheartening. It could have been 5-1. That was right there in your grasp. But again, 4-2 on the road trip. You gained ground in your division and in the wild card. And not only that, now you've given yourself some confidence when you have 6 big daddies coming up at home against the home crowd. You got the Dodgers and you got the Tampa Bay Rays. Playoff game against the Rays. Keep getting hot. Eventually you'll play the Dodgers in the World Series. Jack Caglione versus Shohei Ohtani. Sign me up. Get the duct tape. I know that I'm hard. No doubt about it.
You said
my
his
boss.
name.
You're not God.
You said his name, man. Cags had the weekend 2-home-run game, went yard, had a great catch defensively. Looks like he's really coming into form after sitting down that one game. One word on Jack Caglione.
The word's in for me. He's in. I have no word. Like, he's not a guy that I concern myself with.
Nice.
Like, I'm not worried that Jack Caglione's not going to be able to get the job done. He's done enough in these first 2 weeks at his big league level. Like, he's in. He's good to go. Let the kid play.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good word. Entertaining. I mean, think about what he did, right? What is Cags known for? Power? Being this, like, gigantic superstar of a human being at the age of 22. First home run he hits in his MLB career is at his neck, 4 feet off the ground. The next one he hits, so he goes bridge twice in one game. And the next one he hits goes 400 and almost 40 feet, absolutely piss missiled, and he gave a little bat flip to it. And then, he's been struggling in right field. The defense seems slow. The defense seems like it's not there, and then robs a home run. He's played 17 games in the Major League Baseball organization. He's robbed a homer and gone yard twice in one game. Fulfillment of the prophecy is showing that Jack Caglione will be that guy. Let's see some more at-bats going. Let's see some more hits come out of it. Because, again, only hitting .203 with a slash line at 250-344-594. But, again, 64 at-bats, only 17 games in the league, but he's gone yard twice in one game, and he's robbed a home run.
If he's going to be the player that everybody thinks he's going to be just fine. He's going to be just fine. If he's going to be that player that everybody expects him to be, he'll be just fine.
College World Series, LSU was crowned 2 times in 3 years. I think you mentioned it, Dusty. What is it? Since 2018, only SEC teams now have won the NCAA College World Series. That is,
well, they're far and away better than everybody
dominance.
else.
Yeah,
they
are.
Yeah. Just ask them; they'll tell you.
And you look at the MLB draft, it's pretty clear where the players are coming from. So one word on the College World Series.
Umpire. And that's what ultimately becomes the College World Series, is the umpire who fell over himself and then kicked the coach out of the game because he was so embarrassed that he tripped all over himself. He wanted to blame the coach for pushing him when the coach didn't even look at him. Guy fell ass over tea kettle, threw the coach of the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers out of the game because he embarrassed himself. What a toad.
Yeah, College World Series is fun, and I encourage more people to watch it more often in the next coming years. I know that a lot of people do watch the World Series of college baseball, but, man, the SEC is so dominant, man. And that's why we were talking about Cags earlier, right? Early in his career, we're like, well, he played for Florida, played in the SEC. The SEC is A-ball. Like, there are guys on those teams. Like, Tennessee had a guy that pitched last year who's in Royals High A. Cags played for Florida last year, got drafted 6th overall, is playing in professional baseball as of today. So if you want to watch prospects or you want to get into the baseball card game, follow the College World Series run, because you'll start seeing those guys. That shortstop for LSU, keep an eye on him. That pitcher for the Arkansas Razorbacks, what was his name? Richard Stairwood, whatever the guy's name was.
The guy who pitched the no-hitter the other day?
That guy's great.
Courtney Wood, maybe? Corey Wood? I think it was something like that.
Staring at Wood. Either way, 19 strikeouts, projected to go 17th overall to the Cubs. Pull that guy's card next year in the 26th Bowman box. You might have something there, and you saw him pitch for Arkansas. So
Gage Wood.
Told you. Coming up on the other side.
Something would, yeah.
Bob introduced a movie to his children, and it still holds up to this day because they loved it. Mac, you're on the clock. 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you, when you turn on HGTV and you see your friend Dawn Sharp on there on House Hunters, I'm like, oh my goodness, that's Dawn Sharp. They always put the best on HGTV and House Hunters. And of course, my friend Dawn Sharp was on a recent episode of that, and that's because she does great things for all of her clients. A recent homeowner had heard countless stories about stressful sales and agents who disappeared when problems arose. So when it came time to sell their property, they braced for the worst. However, they discovered a real estate professional, Dawn Sharp, and her team. Dawn Sharp didn't just sell their home, they became their trusted guide throughout every single decision, every document, and every detail. Her expertise transformed what they expected to be a chaotic process into something remarkably smooth. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. Contact my friend Dawn Sharp if you're looking to buy or sell a home. It's the only agency that I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. Google them, Sharp Homes team, and see over 210 5-star Google and Zillow reviews, or just pay them a visit at homesforsaleinkc.com. That's homesforsaleinkc.com, and start packing.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
The best soccer teams in the world are about to kick off the biggest tournament in the world. Catch every matchup at your local lodge. Grab your team and make a run to Twin Peaks for buckets of Michelob Ultra and platters of sauced and tossed wings.
Headed out for a summer getaway? Make your airport parking a breeze with Casey's favorite, Park and Go. All spots are covered so your car stays cool and protected while you're soaking up the sun. Hop on a quick air-conditioned shuttle that picks you up right at your car and drops you off at the terminal. Always the best service, always the best price. Reserve now at bookparkandgo.com. Open 24/7. Fast, easy, and stress-free. Park and Go, family-owned and operated, and proud to be part of your summer travel plans.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Very heavy in downtown, 29 northbound with an accident before the Paseo, blocking 2 left lanes, stacking you up onto 71 northbound, which is heavy from 22nd Street and building. 670 eastbound, heavy from 35 over towards the 71 interchange. 70 westbound, slow approaching downtown. 29 southbound, off of Ganonigan, heavy from Armour into the downtown loop. Alan Card, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Final segment of 7 o'clock hour. Just a heads up for you guys. We were talking about this earlier about Bobby Witt Jr. going. When this team goes, it's because he goes on this road trip at Texas and in San Diego. Bobby Witt Jr. would go 9 for 24. That's a 375 batting average. He hit 2 home runs, have 2 RBIs, 3 doubles. He now has a 7-game hitting streak.
Coincidence? No, it's not. Bobby plays well. Royals have an opportunity to win every single night. Sorry it comes down to that and to make it so elementary, but the numbers are right there.
What did the Yankees do? Got swept in judgment, 1 for 10, 9 strikeouts?
Right.
I don't know.
Same thing. I mean, your stars don't produce. You're not going to win.
So you sent me a text, I believe, Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday.
That
That's
said
right.
that you showed the girls what movie?
Billy Madison. Yeah, somehow it came up in conversation when we were
'Cause
down
you're
at the
the lake,
lake,
yeah.
right? And I don't know, we were talking about whatever, and I said, have you guys seen Billy Madison, right? And they're like, no. They looked at me like I had 17 heads. I go, we're watching Billy Madison tonight. And so we all sat down. I had my daughter and her 2 friends down there, and Tammy from the Weston and her family were all sitting there watching Billy Madison and realizing that's 30 years ago, first of all, that movie is, how young Adam Sandler looks in that movie, but also how many just random lines from that movie are still part of American pop culture today. You know, like I say to my wife every night, want to touch the hiney? You know, like stuff like that. Have you seen Billy Madison, Mac?
That's why I said he's on the clock.
I thought you were joking,
No,
you know?
No, I haven't seen that
You
one.
have not seen Billy Madison yet. It is a must watch. It is. I don't even know that it's 90 minutes, quite frankly. I think it's less than 90 minutes. And I want you to watch it today and just enjoy the hell out of that movie, because the kids are 15 years old. They loved it. They thought it was fantastic. And so they're 15 years old. That movie's 30 years old. It's been out twice as long as they've been alive, and sat there and they laughed at every single moment and every key part of that movie that you were supposed to laugh at.
Don't put it out your boots, Ted. Don't tell me my business, devil woman. He called the blank poo. Yeah, great movie. Norm Macdonald, great role in that
And
movie.
do you forget how good Norm Macdonald
Hey,
is?
Billy,
Now I really want to see it.
You give me another drink, Billy?
Yeah.
He went back to school today. That's right. I forgot about that. The puppy
Steve
who lost
Buscemi.
his way.
Yeah. Oh, that's how it was. I was explaining to the girls. I said, "There's a teacher that you guys have had,
Miss Lippy."
Miss Lippy," and they're like, "Who's Miss Lippy?" And I'm like, "Oh, so you haven't seen?" So I showed him Billy Madison. Like, "Oh yeah, you nailed that teacher. That is 100% Miss Lippy." And they're like, "Oh yeah, she used to act like that in class too, rubbing the paste on her face and dancing around and doing all
Eating
this
glue.
eating."
Yeah, off the paint stick.
Off the paint stick.
Billy, this is Mrs. Lippy's time.
Yeah.
Your time is outside.
Right.
How's high school, Billy? I can't wait to go to high school. Don't say that.
Stay young forever.
Yeah.
Text line's true.
Text line's bringing it all in. There's O'Doyle rules.
Yes.
Miss Lippy's car is green. Billy likes milk.
Yeah.
Nudie Magazine Day.
Nudie Magazine Day is another one.
That
Yes.
Veronica Vaughn is one fine piece of ace.
Yeah.
I know that from experience.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. Well, I know a guy, and he and her got it on. No, they didn't.
No.
All right. Everybody on the bus, good, great, grand. Billy Madison's a classic.
It
man.
is. It's so good.
Really, the three Adam Sandler movies that I had from my childhood were Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, Big Daddy.
Yeah.
Those were the three. And I don't think you've seen any of those.
Happy Gilmore, 1 for 3.
You've seen the new Happy Gilmore with Travis Kelce, or you've seen
that comes out next month. I think that comes out July 12th.
Nice.
I could be wrong. I think it's July 12th. But it's got Sydney Sweeney in it, Paige Sporanic, Travis Kelce, Adam Sandler, among others, are on this new revamped one. So
And great for Adam Sandler, like give all his boys jobs constantly too, keeping everybody employed. They're in every movie. It is wildly entertaining to kind of rewatch that one and realize how funny Adam Sandler was back in the day, and still is. I mean, like a lot of people will say all his movies are the same, but you laugh every time. You get exactly what you want out of them. 90 minutes of not caring about life, right? And this past
great.
Weekend, sitting down at the lake watching this movie, just laughing and watching the kids laugh. I mean, there's nothing better than that.
what's wrong, Scotty? Go!
Yeah.
I peed my pants. That's fine. Look, everybody, Billy peed his pants. Peeing your pants is cool.
Mm-hmm.
If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
Right.
That's the grossest thing I've ever heard. Clearly, I've never seen this movie. So, yeah, dude. Now, I'm not a huge Waterboy fan. Like somebody says Waterboy, bruh. I just wasn't a huge Waterboy guy. I don't know. I mean, it's fine. It's cool. But it's like after a while, I'm like, all right, it's enough. I like Vicky Valancourt. She showed me her boobies.
Yeah, that's still a fun movie.
Look
Have you
at
seen
Billy Seagull
Waterboy?
in it.
Yeah.
You've seen Waterboy. Football.
Yeah. Right. Oh, yeah, football. Mac thought it was a football movie. Yeah.
I bet you Joe Montaigne throws a football pass in the first play. You said
You and
Joe
Bingley-
Montaigne, you dumbass.
You and Binkley gathered to watch that movie. Thinking it was all about football.
You think Drew Nixon's seen Waterboy?
I don't know. He's worse with these movies than I am.
Really? He hasn't seen Waterboy, huh? Binkley on Nudie Magazine Day. That's like football magazine day, right?
Yeah,
like
he's already
he
there.
goes running to the mailbox when the new Phil Steele's going to show up and the new Athlon college football preview. He runs to get those magazines.
Was Sandler producing these at this time?
Oh,
was
I'm
he
sure.
doing that?
Yeah, it was
think
Happy
so,
Madison
yeah.
Productions.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I assume it was him
There you go.
doing that.
Yeah. I mean, he was all over the movies. Like, I think he did have all the creative control and everything and all of
July
that. so-
25th is Happy Gilmore, too.
All right, right before the
go.
start of training camp. They'll all go as a team to watch the movie. They have to,
Oh,
right?
for sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
like, you have got to show that movie on the first night of training camp to the entire team and see Travis's cameo. Or did they cut out Travis's cameo? That would be the best. Travis didn't know if his cameo got cut out. They all watched the movie and it's cut out and he's not in it. Like, where the hell were you?
Yeah, who's got more time, Gold in the Hallmark movie or Travis Kelce in the new Happy Gilmore movie?
Yeah, right.
That's my head. That's my car tire right there. That's it. That's
Travis,
my car
like,
tire.
I nailed these lines and cutting room floor, nowhere to be found.
I'll tell you this, might be a hot take. Wedding Singer is better than Waterboy.
No, Wedding Singer's fun.
It's way better than Waterboy.
Yeah, Wedding Singer's a good movie. Yeah.
Again,
Yeah,
we'll get
don't think I
there.
have
We'll
that
get
yet.
there.
You haven't seen Wedding Singer
Don't
either?
think so.
Yeah. Have you seen? Do you know who Adam Sandler is?
Yes. It's too damn hot for a penguin to just be walking around.
Hey,
Great text.
Swan! Stop looking at me, Swan!
Yeah. Hey, Billy. Carl, good to see you. Hey, just to let you know that he did that laugh again. Oh, yeah, how's that go? Great movie. I think Speck's favorite line of that movie is when he does the puppy that lost his way. He's like, we are all now officially more or less intelligent, and we all are dumber for having you. I reward you 0 points, and I ask you please to sit there.
Yeah, we used to play that all the time when we would say something stupid. We are now dumber for hearing this.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
And then Steve Buscemi's character is just so good.
Glad I called that guy.
Yeah, no doubt. Putting on the lipstick, doobie-wop,
Do you know what song that is?
Do-wop. I'd have to think about that now. I probably did. And now
Do you want to know?
Yeah.
It's Telephone Line by ELO.
Okay.
Yeah, I never knew it because I watched that movie one time. Of course, watching that movie like I was a kid watching with my parents. That song's going off. My parents do the same thing you are. And I'm like, who is this? And my stepdad's like, one of the most underrated bands of all time, ELO. Check them out.
Earth
like
Light Orchestra.
Yeah. Yep. Is that really what it is? It's not, is it? No.
Electric Light
Electric
Orchestra.
Light Orchestra, yeah.
Earth, Light, and Orchestra.
Yeah.
Cousins to Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Coming up on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty, we get to Max burning questions because we are 77 days away from the first real football game of the season. I didn't make that up. The NFL did. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you, summertime is the time to be outside doing great things, but you know what? It's vacation time, barbecue time, beach time. But if this season you're feeling low on energy or your drive is off, you could be suffering from low testosterone. And getting treated is the first step to feeling your best for all of these great summertime activities. So how do you know if you have low T? Well, maybe you have a decrease in your sex drive. Maybe you're putting on some weight, less productivity at the gym. You're not seeing the gains you used to see. And maybe you're not sleeping great. You're sleeping, for a little bit here and a little bit there. You're waking up tired. You're falling asleep after dinner. You have brain fog. Maybe you're even, a little bit depressed. Go to heartlandmenshealth.com. Take their low T quiz. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers and takes 2 minutes. Then schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health. They're going to do all your lab work and have your results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results with you and discuss your options. Cost of the appointment is $99, which includes the medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment on the day of your appointment, the visit is free. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
Need to sell your house in Kansas City but not sure where to start? Selling a home can feel overwhelming, especially if you're facing foreclosure, a divorce, an inherited property you don't want, or just need to move quickly. But you don't have to figure it out alone. Rex Buys KC is here to help. As a local home buyer, I understand the Kansas City market inside and out. My family and I live right here, so I know the neighborhoods, the trends, and the challenges homeowners face. That's why I take a consultative approach, helping you explore your options and find the best path forward.
We buy houses in any condition, no need for repairs, no agent commissions, and no hidden fees. You'll receive a fair cash offer with a closing timeline that works for you. Whether that's in as little as 7 days or at your own pace, just a simple, hassle-free process designed around your needs. If you're ready to talk through your options, call me today at 816-330-6000 or visit rexbuyskc.com. Let's find the right solution for you. Rex Buys KC. Local, fair, and focused on you.
You had a solid retirement dream. Sell your home in a few years, bank the equity, downsize, and travel. But with an unpredictable economy and the future feeling uncertain, you're wondering if that equity will still be there when you're ready. But what if you could bank that equity right now? With TrueHold, you could sell your home for its current value so you can access your equity today. You can bank the cash now and stay in the home you love with an easy standard lease. TrueHold even covers property taxes, insurance, and repairs. And since TrueHold hands over your equity in cash now, it's yours to do whatever you'd like. Don't let a shifting economy put your hard-earned equity at risk. Visit TrueHold.com and receive their competitive offer on your home in just 48 hours based on its best current value, not what's coming. Call 1-855-300-9393 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's TrueHold.com.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Getting the job done right the first time protects your home, time, and budget. This month, get $500 off a water softener and filtration combo. Schedule at AnthonyPHCE.com.
This report is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Proud partner of the Kansas City Royals. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories and the best part, 0 bubbles. Grab it at the K or ask for it at your favorite bars and liquor stores.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
29 northbound with an accident heading out of downtown before the Paseo, left lane blocked. Stacked up on the 71 northbound with delays from 27th Street still building. 670 eastbound heavy from Genesee over past 35 and towards 71. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Subscribe to the 249 Miles of College Football podcast with new episodes released on Wednesdays. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Bird's usually listening to us before he comes on, right?
Probably.
All right, I'm going to throw this out there if he's listening or not, but remind me to ask him who the hell the Revolutionary War guy was that interviewed Vargas that day. Dusty and I were talking about that in the break. We're like, whatever happened to that guy?
Yeah, Cody's got the picture. This guy, we showed Mac the picture.
The picture's amazing.
Yeah, man, that guy was in the same room when John Hancock signed the Declaration of Independence in 1775 or 6.
Yeah, who the hell was that guy? It's one of the greatest.
Like I said, he flew in on the phone booth from Bill and Ted, then we never saw him again. He had to ask Jason Vargas one question in 2014, then fly back to wherever the hell he came from.
I mean, that guy was money, man. Like, and then gone. Like, nobody ever knew who the hell that guy was. So maybe Vern does. I want to read this to you on the air. This from Reddit College Football. Right? I want to get genuine reaction.
All righty.
Imagine telling Oklahoma in 2001 that their state would win an NBA championship before another college football title.
Wow.
Think about that. Oh, gosh. You want to talk about a program that hasn't done diddly poo, sorry, Kurt Nelson, in 24 years. Like Oklahoma, that clock needs to be start ticking now, too.
Yeah, seriously.
About them. They got to win a championship, man. You're this big, bad Oklahoma Sooners. You haven't won a championship in 24 years.
Yeah, I feel like USC, Texas's feet, they get held to the fire. What about OU?
Yeah.
Step up.
They got to step it up a little bit,
They've
right?
Been, I guess they've been good. They've had good teams.
No, they've been really
They've
good.
had really good teams. But, I mean, honestly, since Sam Bradford, it feels like they haven't had sustained success, at least.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's your job. Like, Oklahoma's Baker, yeah.
Yeah, no, sustained success. I mean, I felt like Sam Bradford, and before that, OU was always good. And there were, sporadically a Baker year, a Jalen Hurts year.
I don't know how good they're going to be consistently with Nussbaum or whoever the coach is down there, but
and they're in the SEC.
And they're
so
in the
good luck.
SEC, yeah. So expectations are completely different. Like Oklahoma football may never win a championship again in our lifetime right now. But I feel like they're one of those programs that when you think of great college football programs, they're always on that list, right? So their state won an NBA championship before their next football one. And 2001 was the early Stoops era. That was like right when Bob took over, a couple of years into it. And so it's been a long time, man.
Hate to see it. From the 913, I also just want to say that I'm a bank manager, and our loan guy, his name is Carl. So every time we see him, we throw out the line, Carl, good to see you.
Anytime I see somebody, Carl, I do that too. Carl, nice to see you.
Uh-oh.
75 days.
Chiefs talk, baby.
75
Oh, it's 75
days.
now?
Yeah, well, when you said 77, I was like, wait, is that right? Because then I realized Wednesday was our last day, not Friday. So then I did the math.
Failure.
I know. That's
You want to just trade seats?
That's my bad.
Your job is to make us look good.
Or the opposite. Dusty's no longer here. I'm Mac Maury. You're listening to Mac and Fescoe on 96.5.
Michael.
Text line's ecstatic. Take it easy, 913-586-7965.
75 days till the Chiefs play football, till the NFL season really starts, right? Because that's what the NFL
That's
says.
right. The NFL released their important date schedule, and the first game listed is the Friday game. They totally forgot about the Thursday game. And yes, we will say that every day because it's funny.
It is. Who cares about the Super Bowl winning Eagles? All right. You have to, Bob, even you, you have to choose 4 losses on the schedule.
Okay.
What are they for the Chiefs this year?
You losing your lunch at the first tailgate. You
potato
losing
salad.
your car in the parking lot. You getting lost on the way home from that first game. And then you losing your gloves in the stadium on Christmas night. Those are the 4 losses.
No, yeah, come on.
Christmas night, that sucks.
You don't want to lose your gloves on Christmas night. I'm going to tie them to you so you don't lose them.
Thank you. All right, that's only 3 losses. Sweet. Hey.
You lost your hat.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. 3 losses. Or
Last
4
game
losses.
of the year when nobody's playing.
Yep, there you go.
That's an easy one, right?
Okay. Buffalo always gets us in the regular season when it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Maybe.
I mean, you could read right because you're almost on the same page here.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to lose to Dallas on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, what you go with yours, Dusty, and then we'll
Yeah.
go from there.
Buffalo, I just went all tradition here.
Okay.
Right? So, week 18, because the starters won't play.
Right.
You always lose to Buffalo in the regular season. That's their Super Bowl. They've got 3 rings that don't matter.
Right.
You're going to lose to Dallas on Thanksgiving. I know, Dusty. Come on. They're 33-22-1 on Thanksgiving. We always hear it. Dallas always wins on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, but they're playing the Chiefs.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to find 4.
Yeah, I know. It's hard.
And then the Colts, because, damn it, the Colts.
The
I don't
Colts,
know what it
yeah.
is. I get it. It's Daniel Jones. It's Anthony Richardson. I'm trying to have fun on June 23rd, people. And if I'm going to go with 4 losses, and I'm going to be sarcastic about it, I'm just going to go with traditional style of losses. Buffalo, you always lose to in the regular season. Week 18, you never win. But even though Denver blew them out last year and everybody loved it, how'd that work out in the first round for them against Buffalo? Thanksgiving, Dallas on Thanksgiving, on the road, whatever. And then Colts, because I don't know what it is about the Colts. I don't care who their quarterback is. They've lost to Harbaugh. They've lost to Matt Ryan. They could lose to Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's something about the Colts. So if I had to pick 4, those would be the 4. And I take a facetious look at it because of traditional losses. But come on.
The Colts
None
one
of
is
it matters.
interesting because they always seemingly lose a game they shouldn't, right? It happens almost it didn't last year, the Super Bowl. But, usually you see a regular season slip up, they lose a game where they shouldn't lose. Maybe Washington I throw in there as one of those. If Washington's going to be good, maybe that's their statement win, their true coming out party here at Arrowhead or something like that. So I'll look at it that way. And then Mac losing his gloves on Christmas night.
And then me freezing in the cold.
You losing the bus, you can't find Ralph.
If yours happens, Dusty, people will be panicking because if the Chiefs lose 2 games in a row on a short week, the sky will be falling. Colts and Thanksgiving right back to back there.
Which would give me my sort of narrative, short week, on the road.
100%.
There's text lines coming in. They lose to Buffalo, Philly, Denver, Vegas. And the Denver loss is at Denver.
Say them again.
Buffalo.
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
I disagree with that. That's a revenge game, home opener.
Coming back from Brazil.
Yeah.
Short-ish week.
No, longer week.
Or, I mean, yeah, that's what I meant.
a longer week. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, man. Nobody knows anything yet. But I'm with you on that one, Bob. I don't see them losing the home opener. But then again, Detroit happened. But again, no Trish Jones, no Travis Kelce in that game as well. But yeah, very tough start to your schedule. Very tough first 9 weeks.
Yeah, I think I'll do the Bills. I think it's an easy one to just choose. I think the Week 18 game, like you said.
Nobody gets mad about that loss.
No, everybody just goes, they'll probably lose that game. The Bills win it every year. It's their Super Bowl.
Well, what have they won the last 3 years in a row?
Yeah.
I remember being at I think it was 2 games ago when the Chiefs played the Bills at home and they lost. It ended with a Mahomes interception, if you guys remember.
That was the Tony play. 2 years ago.
No, 2 years ago it was Kadropius, and then
so I guess it was 3 years ago because it was at home because Kadropius was at Buffalo.
No, Kadropius was here. I was at the game.
It was here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I was literally there, 35-yard line.
Yeah, no, we were absolutely at that game.
Well, this was 3 years ago then. It was early on in the season. It was week 4 or something, and I remember being sad that we lost, but also just looking at every Buffalo fan like, see you again, because that's how you know. You're just like, all right, we'll see you again in 2 months or whatever it is. So, I'd go Buffalo Week 18. I think Vegas is a loss, and then Titans.
So here we are. I just want to say this out loud. Here we are trying to find 4.
Yeah.
Like, that's where you're at in your franchise.
Right.
Trying to find 4. Whereas, like, half the NFL is like, try to find me 6 wins.
That's
You know?
right.
And you're here sitting about who's going to win and 4 loss. Somebody says you can't lose at Denver. It's the week after the bye. You let me think about Andy Reid after the bye, Mac.
Yeah.
Really good.
He's getting ready for the show, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah, he is lathering up right now.
Monday horny.
Oh, yeah, he came in this morning, and I saw him smiling like a Cheshire cat. He's so happy
Did
to
you see that
rip
Coastal
takes.
Carolina coach? He actually played free safety at Alabama Tech. If I was at umpire, too, I'd be backpedaling like, almost cussed. Oh, God. Vern going to join us in about 20 minutes. But, yeah, tough to find 4 losses for the Chiefs. I mean, again, we'll see what happens.
I don't know, Dusty. They seem pretty washed to me. I think they'll have 4 losses in the first 4 games.
God. I do and don't want that. Because that would make for some really fun times on the air.
We did get a text that said we could easily start out 0-2.
Well, then you got this from the 785. They lose in Week 18. They lose to the Bills in the regular season. Pete Carroll gets us for 1, and then the Bills in the AFC Championship game.
Nah, we don't lose to the Bills in the playoffs. I was just watching the Music City Miracle. Like, Buffalo has had horrible luck throughout their entire existence.
Yeah, just leave Buffalo alone. They're fine.
Yeah.
Did you see T.J. McConnell's mom telling the cameraman to get out of here? He was bawling in her arms.
Oh, no.
Really?
Yeah, and they put the camera right on him. She's like, get the F out of here.
Did his dad not look like who T.J. McConnell's dad should look like? Like former high school coach standing there.
T.J. McConnell played basketball collegiately where?
Don't know.
Texas Tech.
Arizona.
That was close. It was somewhere out there.
And his sister plays in the WNBA.
No kidding.
Yeah, pretty
Cool.
awesome. Yeah.
Coming up on the other side, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy that does all the tough work during the baseball season, Josh Vernier, our Royals insider. He'll join us on the other side. I'm going to throw these Bobby Witt Jr. numbers at him and tell him how right he was. 96.5 The Fan, you're home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, now that summertime has officially arrived, that means a lot of long nights sitting outside and enjoying our backyard. And we couldn't enjoy our backyard the way we wanted to until we called the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. And they've made it so enjoyable to sit outside because gone are the mosquitoes, gone are the fleas, gone are the ticks. And our backyard now is a paradise for us to sit outside and enjoy the weather and enjoy those long nights. Sun's not setting to like 9:30 now. We can sit outside and enjoy every single minute of it and not have to worry about those mosquitoes biting us or the fleas and ticks getting on the dog. All of those are wiped from our lawn, and our lawn looks great because of the good folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They took a lawn that looked terrible and turned it around almost overnight. They're college-educated professionals, and they know exactly what they're doing. They offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control, and they've been serving Kansas City since 1985. And if you mention this ad, you're going to get up to half off your first application. So visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
We love going to the Hy-Vee Market Grill for breakfast, and now it's the best dining value in town all day long. Check out the daily meal deals every day from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. For $8 per person or less, you can bring the whole family to Meatloaf Monday, Crispy Tenderloin Tuesday, and Cheeseburger Wednesday, including Hy-Vee's famous French fries. And don't forget Steak Thursday with a perfectly seasoned steak, garlic mashed potatoes, and sweet corn for only $12. Dine in or carry out. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner. You're going to love Hy-Vee.
Nothing says summer like a backyard barbecue. Invite your family, the neighbors. You can even include the entire Little League team. Hy-Vee makes it easy and affordable. This Friday through Sunday, save big on all your favorite flavors of summer, like John Morel Frank's just 97 cents, juicy ripe cantaloupe $1.99, Pepsi 6-pack bottles $2.99, and Lay's potato chips just $1.99. Hurry to the backyard barbecue sale and fire up the grill this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would it leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection on the drivetrain, AC, and more. Get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
Call for your fast free quote today. 800-310-0219. 800-310-0219.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Say hello to Wendy's new 2-for-4 Biggie Bundle. Choose from the JBC made with fresh, never frozen beef, crispy chicken sandwich, 6-piece nugs, or small soft drink. Any two for just $4. It's like the reunion special you've been waiting for, but the only drama is watching you try to pick just two. For a deal as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Request 2 for $4 Biggie Bundles to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. Alaska.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Heading in downtown, 29 northbound with an accident before the Paseo, blocking the left lane, stacking you up onto 71 northbound, heading into downtown from around the Paseo, and then 70 eastbound across the north side of downtown, slow from around Grand. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Welcome back to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Long-time listener and supporter of you because you tell it like it is.
Here's our Royals insider, Josh Vernier.
That's right. He tells it like it is. Thank you very much. That's Mr. Vern. Vern, how about this, man? You know what you're talking about more than anybody else I know when it comes to baseball because you said...
Sounds like a setup.
No, it's not. You said that when they go to Texas, Bobby turns into something that we just can't describe. Bobby Witt Jr. is a 7-game hitting streak. He went on the road, and he went 9-24 with a .375 batting average. He hit 2 home runs. He has 2 RBIs, 3 doubles. Looks like the team's playing well because guess what? 7's playing well. So nice call, Mr. Vern.
Well, I mean, you're never going to go wrong banking that the best baseball player on the planet is going to play some quality baseball. So, credit to Bobby Witt Jr. Nice to see, although Bobby's been a star away from Kauffman Stadium this season. He now has a 19-game hitting streak on the road. He's batting .314 away from Kauffman Stadium. And, good morning, guys, but the Royals go 4-2 on this road trip. Normally that's a cause for celebration, but as I said yesterday on the postgame show, man, I did this last week. I found the silver lining of a 3-3 road trip. You lose 2 of 3 to the White Sox, but no, I wasn't happy about that. But you were coming home, and the old adage is go 500 on the road, win your series at home, and you're going to find yourself in October. So the last road trip, a 3-3 road trip, even though it started off with 2 wins in St. Louis, I found the silver linings after that road trip. And then they came home and didn't win a game against the Yankees or the A's. So, 4-2 road trip is normally cause for celebration, but I'm not the guy if you're searching for silver linings. The Royals need to start taking, home field advantage seriously. Not that they're not taking. They need to start handling their business at home. How about that, right? You've lost 6-7 straight series at home. You have the Rays and the Dodgers. Guys, 19 games to go before the All-Star break, and all but 3 of them are against really good teams. So celebrate the road trip if you want. To me, sadly, I have to look at the sample size. I have to look at the statistics and the 6 runs that we saw in 2 games in Texas, and maybe the best all-around game of the season, the opener Friday in San Diego. Those are the outliers. Those are the anomalies right now. Royals go 4-4-27 with runners in scoring position this weekend against the Padres. That's the norm, right? Scoring 1 run, scoring 2 runs, that's the norm. So for as much as I want to spike a football that they took 4 of 6 on this road trip, they're 2 games below 500. They haven't earned the benefit of the doubt. They haven't earned me searching for those silver linings.
Kind of where I am with you, Vern, is the same thing. They're 2 games under 500. It's hard to say, okay, we're in this thing until you get to 500. And they got there, and then they fell back, with those 2 games on Saturday and Sunday, and I think that's kind of why I feel the way that I do. I'm like, it's hard to talk about a team with playoff aspirations if you're not 500. And so now, to me, you still got to get back to 500 before we can even have whether or not what category seller or buyer you're in. Dusty used the term purgatory earlier, and that's a great term to use because you're not good and you're not bad, but you're kind of okay, and so you're kind of stuck. And so they need to get back to 500 and then go on a run and get to a point where you're like 5 over 500,
Right. And, purgatory is exactly where Rob Manfred and Major League Baseball, at worst, want every team in the sport. And if you look at the American League, 12 of the 15 teams are within, 2 games, 3 games of the final wild card spot. So everyone at worst, outside of, the White Sox and the A's, everyone finds themselves in that purgatory as we sit now, coming up on 5.5 weeks until the trade deadline. And for this team to get back to 500 prior to the All-Star break, that means over these final 19, they're going, 10-9, or 11-8.
Yeah. Roughly.
Rays are outstanding. The Dodgers are the Dodgers. You have 4 in Seattle against that pitching staff, 3 in the desert against a pesky Diamondbacks team. Sure, you should beat up on the Pirates at Kauffman Stadium, but if you line up against Paul Skeens, that's obviously no picnic. And then you wrap it up with the first-place Mets going into the All-Star break. So, again, Bob, to your point, it wouldn't be tough for me to turn on optimism right now and tell the Royals fans all the reasons to believe. I mean, I have, and I know you do too. We have that optimism inside of us, but we also want to be genuine when on the radio. So if I sat here and talked about, just how great Vinny Pasquantino's been in the month of June, hitting .310 with more walks than strikeouts, looking like the classic, undeniable Vinny Pasquantino, I could easily sit here and talk about him and Michael and what Jack Caglione's done in his first 16, 17 games in the big leagues. But everybody listening knows about the talent. They know about the potential. They know why most Royals fans still are hanging on to that optimism from everything that we saw from this team last year, what we saw from this team on Friday, I would love to deliver that optimism. But again, through 78 games, this remains the worst scoring run, the worst run-scoring offense in franchise history. You know, Vinny Pasquantino, despite hitting 300 since the beginning of May, he's hitting below 200 for the season with runners in scoring position. So, again, it's baseball. There's always statistics. There's always something that most fans can hang on to say, hey, my team's still in it, and you better still be in it when there's 84 games to play. But the big picture, the onus is on the players and now front office to improve this team for the final 84 games, because to sit here and talk about what could be, everybody listening knows what this team could be down the stretch. But we have a large enough sample size to talk about what they are, and right now what they are isn't good enough.
Vern, I'm glad you mentioned Caglione, because we saw the 2-homer game, and then we saw the great catch yesterday that he robbed over in right field. You know where I was at that point. But it's
at the pool, apparently, because that's apparently all you do.
Yeah, well, when you got nice friends, you tend to hang out with those people.
What a
you know?
life.
I'll tell you what. And a lot of sunscreen, so I'm not sunburned. But we saw the 2-homer game. We saw the robbed catch. Many more highlights to come. But more impressive for you, the home run at his neck or the robbed home run?
Yeah, that's the question. I'll say the robbed home run, because I've known that dude's a monster, right? You guys have shook his hand. You know what a mutant that 22-year-old is, and we've heard all the stories. We've seen all the highlights from the minor leagues to college. The guy can pound the baseball, but I don't remember a highlight of him doing that. In fact, I don't remember a single highlight of Jack Caglione defensively, and yet that play that he made yesterday is one of the – I mean, it's the best outfield catch of the season. So, you know, like a guy that's not an outfielder, a guy that's a pitcher, basically just made the best defensive play of any Royals outfielder 78 games into the season. Again, if you want me to flip on the optimism, look no further than Jack Caglione. Also, look no further than what the A's Nick Kurz is doing, right? After a bumpy first month and a half in the big leagues, that dude's just hitting walk-off bombs left and right, hitting tanks. That's what's coming. You know, Cags in August and September, maybe this is the fan in me, but Cags is going to be a force. Cags is going to be a star. Major League Baseball is doing everything they can to make sure that everyone is aware of Jack Caglione, that he is a star in the making. If J.J. Piccolo in this front office can just go bring in that, easier said than done, but that's the job.
Right.
If they can bring in that number 5 hitter to fit in between Vinny and Cags, allow Salvi to drop down to the 7 spot and consolidate the Waters, Rave, Canna, Lofton, consolidate those 4 players down to 1 spot in the lineup rather than 2. Instead of those 4 guys getting the 7 and 8 spot, give them the 8 spot. Give me Cags, Vinny, a new bat, Salvi in the 7 spot. And this team should be good enough to find themselves there in the end. But like I've said, we all know the potential of this offense. We're just waiting to see some consistency.
When do we stop talking about potential and say this is what it is, though? Like, where do you have that kind of line drawn?
Yeah, I mean, you can do that really whenever.
Okay.
I mean, it's fair if you want to say that right now. Because, again, Vinny Pasquantino, 92 at-bats with a runner in scoring position. Nobody in baseball has more. He's hitting a $196. I believe he's better than that. But, again, 92 at-bats with a runner in scoring position almost halfway through the season. I can't sit here and say I promise that it's going to turn around for Vinny. I promise that Bobby's going to be an MVP. I believe that's going to happen. But that's me. That's up to the individual fan. If you want to believe that we've seen the Royals at their best, go for it. To me, the best game they played was on Friday. So, it took them 76 games before they played a true, well-rounded, 6-tooled game. Great starting pitching, relieving, defense, base running, offense, and they showed some mental toughness, some togetherness we haven't seen all that often. So I'm going to point to that and say if it took them this long to play their best, sky's the limit moving forward.
Vern, I'm sure you addressed on your post-game show. You have any issues with Lugo getting pulled?
No. With Lefty in Arise and Sheets due up with one down and a man in scoring position, you dive into Lugo's numbers this season. Third time through, his OPS is almost 800. Against lefties, his OPS is much higher than it is against righties. Again, like we talked about last week, all the numbers pointed to go to your bullpen. And when all the numbers, when it's more than a 50-50 coin flip, when all the numbers point to go to your bullpen, Q's going to follow those numbers more times than not. I thought that was the right move yesterday. Seth Lugo obviously did not agree, and Angel Zerpa did not get the job done.
No, I didn't agree either, Vern. I would have left him in. Sometimes I don't really care what the numbers say. You know how I feel about that.
Sure.
And I just felt like yesterday was one of those gut things like, yeah, you got the first guy. Okay, gave up a double. So what? The guy's got 85 pitches he can throw at you. Nobody knows what's coming. He's a masterful genius out there. Let him continue to go.
Yeah, certainly fair. Angel Zerpa's been better of late, yet to give up an earned run in the month of June, but, Seth Lugo's your big money guy. No, I think that's fair, but as I'm going along with the game, knowing Zerpa's up in the bullpen, back-to-back lefties and a man in scoring position, Royals hanging on to a 2-0 lead there in the seventh inning, I wasn't surprised by it. Doesn't mean that I always agree with Q following the numbers, but I certainly wasn't outraged when I could see down the line that he was going to trust the numbers there in the seventh.
Lugo's an interesting also to me because, again, purgatory, right? What do we do with Lugo? Like, if you have an opportunity to move him, I think you have to explore that opportunity. I also understand hanging out and staying with Lugo right now. But I think you have an opportunity with the limited trade market out there to maybe get some good stuff back and help your farm system a little bit. How do you handle Lugo over the next 30 days or so to the trade deadline?
I don't think trading Seth Lugo means that you're waving the white flag.
I don't either, yes.
No, it's similar to Jack Flaherty last season with the Detroit Tigers, even though they were even more out of it than the Royals are, sitting here at just 2 games below 500. Shoot, the Tigers even brought Jack Flaherty back in free agency. And I don't see that happening with Seth Lugo because of the contract he just signed Michael Wacha to. No, Seth Lugo's time in Kansas City, I would believe, is going to be over in about 3 months from now. And he admitted over this road trip that finger issue that landed him on the IL, that's something that he's just going to have to deal with for the rest of the season. The only way that's finger strain issue is going to truly subside is with an elongated break. So that's not going away until the offseason. So there's another aspect to throw into the backdrop of every single Seth Lugo start from here on out. You're right about the farm system because if you think about, okay, we're moving Seth Lugo, who's going to be interested in a 2-month rental of a starting pitcher? It's certainly not a bad team. Right. So if you're moving Seth Lugo, it's to a good team, and I can't imagine a good team has so many good bats that they're willing to part with one. They're a good team, so they're probably going to part with prospects. So I agree with you there. If you're moving Seth Lugo, I wouldn't sit around trying to find a trade partner that has a bat, right, that you could put in between Vinny and Cags. I don't think it's going to work out that perfectly, a 1-for-1. It'd be great if it did. Furthermore, the only way you move Seth Lugo if you're J.J. Piccolo in this front office is if you are very confident that Cole Reagans will be back to being Cole Reagans at the end of July, at the beginning of August, sometime around then. If they move Seth Lugo, that's, to me, a good sign about the long-term health of Cole Reagans because right now, I don't know if you can cover it. The Tigers were able to cover trading Jack Flaherty because of their pitching chaos that A.J. Hinch unleashed with that bullpen. Royals move Seth Lugo. Cole Reagans is the obvious choice to help them cover it, but if it's not Reagans, if you move Lugo in the next few weeks, you got a month before Cole Reagans likely returns. How do you cover it? I don't think you can do bullpen games like the Tigers did. It doesn't appear as if Kyle Wright's ready. Rich Hill had his first clunker as a member of the organization, so the 45-year-old might be able to give you a start or two, but is he enough to allow you to make it all the way to October without Seth Lugo? Yeah, it's an interesting balance, but like we mentioned, I do think you can do both. I do think you can allow Seth Lugo to help the team and not let him walk for nothing in a couple of months.
Right.
You can part with Seth Lugo and still add a bat. it's going to be a tricky dance for JJ, but again, that's why he's paid what he is.
No doubt. Vern, I want to bring up the next couple series because you have what you would think is a playoff series against Tampa Bay. They're ahead of you in the wild card standings. They're a damn good ball club as well, as they always seem to be. And you don't want to overlook them, even though you have the Dodgers on the backside, which brings in Ohtani and that extremely talented team as well. So I ask you this, bigger series to prove against the Tampa Bay Rays or the Los Angeles Dodgers?
Well, you got to win both of them.
Right.
You know, give me a winning homestand. This isn't hey, they're the Dodgers, so I'll be happy to win one. Give me a 500 homestand. I'm not going for it. Look, you're a 500 team at home this season. That's not good enough. So start rectifying that issue. Give me 2 of 3 against Tampa. Give me 2 of 3 against the Dodgers. You went 0 for 6 on the last homestand. We have to change the expectations somewhere. What better time than now? I mean, hopefully you get to see Shohei on the mound coming up this weekend. It should be a fun homestand, likely a miserably hot homestand, but it's going to be quite the test. No doubt. I mean, all the way until the All-Star break, man. This team, would I be shocked if they hit the All-Star game above 500? No. Would I be floored if they hit the All-Star game 6 games below 500? No.
Vern, do we know who the Revolutionary War gentleman was interviewing Vargas?
Oh, no. Do you have bad news about him?
No,
Did we
were
lose
just.
him?
No, we have no news about him. That's the problem.
Yeah, we don't know who he is.
No, but hasn't the haven't we been searching for that guy for like half a decade now?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in that telephone booth with Bill and Ted.
I don't know. I believe he is a descendant of Thomas Jefferson.
Okay.
Yeah. So you know baseball more than anybody in this entire building, and I want to ask this: with Ohtani pitching the 1 inning yesterday, they have an off day today. Would that line him up for Friday or Saturday?
Yeah, I don't know if he's on a 5-day schedule because he's more of an opener than a stretched out starter. So. Well, honestly, if you've been following that thing, it's up to Shohei. He's the one making his decision, or he's the one telling Dave Roberts, hey, I'm ready to go. Put me on the mound. You know, I can't take a rehab assignment because you need me in the lineup. I'm your leadoff hitter, and I'm ready to throw. I want to face big league hitters, so put me out there. And I'm certainly hoping so, man. Nothing better than seeing the greatest baseball player, arguably of all time, doing something that nobody's ever done. For that to happen at Kauffman Stadium, man, get your popcorn ready.
What's better popcorn flavor, Ohtani versus Jack or Ohtani versus Bobby?
Oh, boy. Ohtani versus Bobby. Bobby's the better hitter right now, so that'll be a better battle. But if Ohtani leaves, 97 in the middle, Cags might have his first Kauffman Stadium home run. Either way, that's going to be fun. And, just the battle of Ohtani against whatever, Jack Tani or whatever they were calling him coming out of college. Yeah, listening to Jack over the weekend talk with Steve Stewart on the network, he doesn't hide it, and he's said this since spring training. He's still maintaining that arm, still working on talking with Michael Lorenzen on how to take care of that arm to prepare himself to possibly pitch down the line. We did see him use that arm, throw into third base back on Saturday, a throw that was clocked, I heard, at 100 miles per hour. So it's still there for Jack. I can't wait to see spring training next year if he gets up on the bump.
And the good thing is if this goes into the 6th inning of a wild card game, Ned would put him in the pitch.
Hey, I did not disagree with that decision to call him Giordano.
No.
It made sense. The guy throws 100.
Yes, you're 100%. And it was thought out, too. It wasn't just a whim. I was just taking a joke
I was
shot
ready,
there,
man, on that wild card. I was going on the air. I was going to defend Ned Yost. Thankfully, the boys picked me up, and I didn't have to play villain.
Yeah,
we just got to celebrate.
But the backstory of that is really unique and remarkable. Like, that was the plan going in. They knew Big Game James was going to give them 5 innings, and they knew 7, 8, and 9. They needed somebody in the 6th. Well, let's go with Yo. What the hell? Let's see what he can do. And it made sense on paper, and they went with it. It just didn't work. Some of the best laid plans,
Yeah, and then Brandon Moss comes here. Brandon Moss, a lot like Martin Maldonado and Carlos Santana, they kill the Royals in every single jersey, and then they put the Royals jersey on and stink.
Yeah, Brandon Moss stunk out loud.
Oh,
Did he even make the whole season here?
I think so, just because of the contract.
Okay.
I think he finished 27. No, maybe they traded him. They may have traded him away midway through that
I think
season.
you're right. I think they did trade him.
He was a nice guy, though.
Yeah, just not a nice guy in an A's uniform, that's for sure. Vern, before we let you go, I want to ask you this. If they do stink it up on this homestand, are they immediately sellers?
A week from now.
A week from today, let's say they go 1-5 on this homestand.
No.
Okay.
Not immediately sellers because of the third wild card, which, we could have a debate about, but no. I mean, that would probably put them, 4 or 5 games below 500. I guess I would need to see the landscape. But no, I would still probably say no, so long as they remained healthy. No, man, I don't want to talk like that. So I'm going to say no.
Good. Well, Vern, we'll be ready for you coming up on Tuesday. What do you got for the show on Tuesday before the Rays game?
And real quick, talking about the Royals being sellers, other than Salvador Perez, there isn't a ton for them to sell. There's Michael Lorenzen. Do you really think they're going to trade Salvador Perez? So outside of Seth Lugo, nothing necessarily that other teams are going to come banging down the door to acquire. At least nothing that you're, in my opinion, going to be willing to part with. Coming up this week, we're giving away a pair of tickets to see Royals Pirates with the Cole Reagans bobblehead, and we'll be live at Kauffman Stadium. Coming up tomorrow, please swing by, say hi at the booth out there on the concourse level right across from the Diamond Club. I'll be out there before and after every game.
All right, man, let's get out of purgatory and get into the heavenly part of the seats, if you know what I mean.
Let's
Vern,
go.
we appreciate the time. Love you as always, and we'll be listening tomorrow night.
All right, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
That
Vern.
is Josh Vern, you're our Royals insider here on 96.5 The Fan, so no negative talks here. Fully positive. But I do like what he said. You got to go 4-2 in the homestand. That's a tough 4-2, man. Tampa Bay and Dodgers, man.
You look at like their record, 19-19 at home, 19-19 on the road going into the weekend. Like they were identical with home and road splits and all that kind of stuff. And so you're supposed to be better at home than you are on the road. So they need to get it figured out. And he mentioned Jack hitting that first home run at Kauffman Stadium. My friend Joe bought those tickets, to sit out there to try to get Jack Caglione's home run ball. So hopefully, he hits one this weekend or this week, and Kauffman Stadium gets to see all that. Shout out to Joe's kids. They're headed to Branson for a basketball tournament today. The Lady Bulldogs from Odessa going down for a big tournament, so they got that going on. Then he's coming back and going to catch Jack Caglione's home run ball. He said to sell it to Dusty for $1 million.
Oh, my. Well, see you in 40 years. Coming up on the other side, speaking of $1 million, this guy got paid immediately, and we asked, what would you do if you got that sort of money? 913-586-7965. We'll be right back here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're waking up this morning and you're saying, yay, summer's here, but also, I've got joint pain. I just don't know if I can get outside and enjoy the summer like I want to. Or maybe you slept on the couch last night because you look at those stairs and you go, I'm not making it up with all this joint pain in my knee. Well, I've got a solution for you. It's QC Kinetics, and they've been on the cutting edge of medical revolution treatment since 2018. They use regenerative medicine. They have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore that damaged joint tissue. They're not masking the pain, they're going after the very source of it. So learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now, 816-412-6299, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturdays at QC Kinetics.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Tiger, Dragon, do you have what it takes to win? Be fierce like the tiger, strong like the dragon. Only the brave will survive.
Yeah, that's not how these games work. With Tiger and Dragon from the Kansas Lottery, you can win up to $125,000 or $100K in a second chance drawing.
You are weak.
Ouch. It's not a video game. It's better. Play Tiger and Dragon instant games from the Kansas Lottery.
Let's play.
Yeah, that works. See kslottery.com for details.
This summer, Casey's has 89-cent fountain and frozen drinks. But if you don't have 89 cents, you could check your center console, or dig between your couch cushions, or ask Grandma for $1, or just use your credit card. We take those too. 89-cent frozen and fountain drinks at Casey's, all summer long. Restrictions may apply. See store for details.
Oh, I can hear the sizzle of the grill. It's time to buy Gates sauces and try extra hot at your 4th of July cookout, or use as an enhancement for your special dips and your family's secret sauce. Try Gates salad seasoning on raw and cooked veggies, or sprinkle on your grilled corn on the cob for that extra flavor pop. Pick up a couple of slabs of ribs or a party tray to entertain at home. Whichever, Gates Barbecue has you covered. Gates 5 locations are open and want to be a part of your 4th of July celebration. Gates Barbecue. Thanks with love.
I'm Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey. Human trafficking is occurring right here in Missouri. You can help combat it by learning the signs of human trafficking and reporting suspicious activity to law enforcement. Victims may appear malnourished, show signs of mental or physical abuse, or avoid social interaction. If you're a victim or know someone who needs help, contact the National Human Trafficking Hotline at 1-888-373-7888 or text the word HELP to Be Free. Together, we can fight human trafficking in Missouri.
Brought to you by the Missouri Attorney General's Office.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Kansas City. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
So, I was just parking my car, and then I saw you, the gecko. Huge fan.
I'm always honored to meet fans out in the wild.
The honor is mine. I just love being able to file a claim in under 2 minutes with the Geico app.
Well, the Geico app is top-notch.
I know you get asked this all the time, but could you sign it?
Sign what? The app? Yeah, sure.
Oh, that means so much. Oh, it rubbed off the screen when I touched it. Could you sign it again?
Anything to help, I suppose.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
The best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. 29 southbound heading towards downtown. Off again, on again, slow. Crossing the bridge. Then it intensifies and bogs down around Front Street down towards the Paseo exit. And then stay sluggish into the downtown loop. Stay comfortable year-round with expert HVAC installs. 0 down payments from $150 a month. Schedule now at AnthonyPHCE.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
That's right. The music you're hearing is Mackmore and Drew Nixon's Beatbox Challenge. The Beatbox Boys. Maybe we'll get one of those shows this weekend. We got to go to St. Joe for a show. I'll talk to the boss today, see if we can get a Saturday.
Dude, let's do it.
Okay.
Have fun.
I knew that was coming. It is fun for some of us. We'll sweat, but it'll be awesome.
Yeah, it's real fun when you're out there and it's a lightning storm and nobody gets you and you're under a tent with metal poles all around you with electrical equipment. Having the time of my life.
But he won't get that. He won't get that reference if he doesn't do it.
No, for him, he should definitely go. Yes, we'll meet you up there.
Yeah, okay. I'll be waiting.
No, all right,
Don't
shotgun.
wait.
You can just drive.
Sweet.
I'll meet you at the station and we'll go north. Be a fun
I would
time.
love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'll talk to the boss today because I have my meeting.
Oh, no internet either. You won't have any internet out there.
So and then hey guys, we got Sky Moore for you today.
Yeah.
Right.
Can't wait to get that player. Who?
Although that could be a fun interview though, if you think about it.
Oh, we can find some angles.
Oh yeah. Or we get like Joshua Simmons and we get to see play the audio. Yeah, I really don't like that pick. Yeah. What do you think about this?
Yeah. Couple more guys. Thanks, Brad.
But we did see that Travis Hunter got a lot of money for a signing bonus, right? Got it all full up front.
Got it all up front, every dime up front, brother. Could you imagine getting that like right into your bank account, direct deposited?
And then
That's
giving
why
half of it to your wife.
Yeah, yeah. That's and half to the government, so you got nothing essentially. But when it's all said and done, this is why you need to have these facilities where you can generate money because Jacksonville just had to scratch a $30 million check to this guy, right? Like that ain't in 3 easy installments. They didn't pay with Klarna or, PayPal as you go or, what's his name? Will Ferrell's not out there singing, I can pay my own way. No, you got to write that check. You got to have that money ready to go. And so he gives him that check for $30-some million. The government gets half, wife gives half, the whole thing. So you're left with nothing.
Nixon 5.
Yeah, exactly. What are you buying? What's like the first thing you're going to buy? Because for me, it's simple. I am buying timeshare on a jet because I am not flying commercial again.
It's a good one.
Well, we know that from all the Richard of the Weeks.
Like if I had any sort of money whatsoever, I would do that now to eliminate the need to fly.
Yeah, you'd have been at the lake house and back in about 20 minutes.
20 minutes. I would have had a helicopter and all that kind of stuff.
Just don't
right?
take a hot air balloon.
No, can't do that. Don't want to do that.
Little video this weekend in Brazil.
Oh, did something happen down there?
Oh, there's like 21 people in a hot air balloon. It blew up in the sky and crashed.
In one hot air balloon, there were 21 people?
Something like that. It blew up in Brazil and crashed.
Scary.
You don't put 21 people in a hot air balloon.
You don't put one person in a hot air balloon.
Yeah, I mean, what are you doing? Have you ever been in one?
No, and I never will.
I think my wife took a hot air balloon ride one time. Ended up in Oz.
I could barely get on a flight. My legs look like Chet Holmgren's in the
Are you
fourth.
afraid of heights?
To a certain degree. Like if I'm on the Bomba, like I'm not looking down.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I rode the Stratosphere Hotel.
Oh,
I
no,
rode
you
that
didn't.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Shot it straight in the sky. I was like one of those viral videos. Oh, I had
No chance.
I had like pre-plum drop voice going off. Like,
So you're not afraid of heights, though, if you're doing stuff like that.
well, I was also inebriated in Vegas on my 21st
You can get
birthday.
past
So
it.
I was like, yeah, let's do it. You only live once. I won't feel it. Like, boy, did I sober up quickly.
Does flying scare you, though? Being in the air?
Terrified.
Terrified.
Of flying.
Okay.
I'll be going on a trip to the Gulf Shores in the middle of July here in about a month. The flight leaves at 8 o'clock in the morning. I will get to the airport 2 hours early just so I can get a 6-pack down before I get on the flight.
You're that scared of flying?
Terrified.
Wow. Okay. So are you
Terrified.
scared of heights?
I've had several
No.
nightmares of dying in an airplane.
Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's deep then.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have none. I have airport anxiety. And I'm not scared of heights, but I'm
Yeah.
not scared of planes.
If
that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not scared of flying. I'm not scared of being up high and inside. But like if I'm outside in the open air,
It's Tuesday.
yeah, that is tomorrow. But like at national parks, if they're like the Grand Canyon, okay, I can't get that close, right? I get
gotcha.
kind of like I don't want to.
So the edge.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that until like 2015. I think was the year 2015 or 14, because the Royals were good. And I remember we were out for our baseball trip in San Francisco. We're like, let's rent bikes and ride across the Golden Gate Bridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. I've never pedaled so fast in my life to get to the other side of that bridge. And that's the first time I realized. So about 10 years ago, I realized, like, it's not a fear of heights as it is a fear of being outside and high. That didn't come out right either, though.
Okay. Go ahead and mark that one. The other thing that gives me a lot of fear is like an overcrowded elevator or the elevators in this building. I have not ridden the elevator in this building since pre-COVID.
No.
But if I could buy anything, it'd be a house in Myrtle Beach.
Okay, that's good. I like the second house. I like the locations where people pick. Too.
I would have a house in Myrtle Beach with a golf membership because I'd have all that money, or I would have a place in like Winnebago and a pontoon boat. And I would just, hey, Dusty, what are you doing this week? Come on down.
Yeah.
I would love nothing more than to have a lake house and just host people. I wouldn't care. Like, people are like, that would get annoying. Like, no. Like, hey, Bob and Mac are calling me. It's Friday afternoon. Just come on over. I don't care. Just show up. Stay the night. Do whatever you need to do. Wake up in the morning, and I got Norm McDonald out there going, hey, Dusty. Oh, wait, he's on the air.
Right. But that's the beauty of the lake house. Like at Tammy's this weekend, right? There's people on the floor in a sleeping bag. You're stepping. You don't know who these people are, but everybody's having a good time, right? Yeah. It's fun. What are you buying, Mac? A new NBA video game? Or
yeah, lake house, and then I would
subscription to semi-pro football out of focus?
I've already got that. And then I would say house on the mountains in Colorado to ski.
You're a big slopes guy.
Yeah, I love skiing. That's my favorite outdoor activity.
What's your favorite slope around here? Like Weston?
Exactly. Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, favorite outdoor activity for sure would be skiing. So yeah, it'd be water skiing and snow skiing. That'd be it. Lake house and mountain house.
So your like ideal job would be like the Broncos football insider / Nuggets insider / I have a condo. And
besides the fact that it's the Donkeys, yeah, that's pretty nice.
You get the Chiefs once a year.
That's true.
You get the NBA and you get the NFL.
Yeah, the NBA.
Yeah.
And you can lean into like the Chiefs love. Yeah, Jokic wouldn't be there by then.
Yeah, you're right. That's true.
You'd have like maybe Jokic's son.
Yeah, I could lean into the Chiefs thing, make that my sort of shtick. Everyone doesn't like me. I'm skiing on the weekends. Yeah, that's it.
Sending pictures of the Oakley goggles like, see you later,
exactly.
Broncos fans.
Yeah.
Going down faster than your season when Mahomes comes to town. Hate this guy, but I listen to him. Yeah, house on the beach or house on the lake. I don't know which one's better. Ugh.
Where you want to be in that moment. It would be nice to have one everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Right. Well, that's what we always ask. Do you want like the mountain house? It's like the cool picture of the snow falling with the fire and all the heavy blankets. Do you want the beach house? It's like on the coast where you just have like nothing. Or do you want the lake house? It's like a gazillionaire's house and you have a pontoon boat. You got a nice dock and everything like that. It's like yes to all.
Yeah.
You know,
you want it all. Where do I want to be in the winter? Where do I want to be in the summer? Where do I want to be in the spring? Like, yeah.
Yeah, because I was talking to Emily, and she was in Arizona, and she's like, you wouldn't be able to stand this heat down here. It's like 109. I was like, I love the heat.
Yeah.
I'll be at the driving range today. Got a big golf tournament on Friday. Got to get ready for it. So
I don't mind the heat. I mind the humidity. When it's here and it's like just like it's 100 degrees and they've poured hot water on top of you, I'm out on that.
Well, it's like
but dry heat doesn't bother me.
Well, Sarah Clean Lady was like, are you going to go to the Dodgers game this weekend? And I was like, oh, I might go to one of them. She goes, we're trying to look. She goes, I think we're going to go Friday. She's like, we're trying to figure out where we sit, where it's in the shade. I said, third base side. She's like, thanks for the advice. She said, we don't want to sweat and burn. I was like, well, get on the third base side, get as close as you can to home plate between third and home. You'll be in the shade for most of the game.
And then up.
Get that indoor or
get
outdoor
that middle
breeze.
level.
No doubt about it. Coming up on the other side, there's a couple milestones today. Plus, it was a Royals weekend that ended with a 4-2 winning record on the road, but kind of feels a little like you got some hope dissipated towards the end. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, all that talk of going out of town has me thinking about my friends over at Park and Go. And if you're headed on summer vacation this year, maybe you're even starting to plan some fall or winter trips, you got to make your reservations at Park and Go because it's the best place to park when you're going to KCI. Number one, it's all covered parking, so no matter what time of the year you're traveling, your car is always going to be protected. And you don't want that summertime heat beating down on your car's interior, right? So park it at Park and Go. And also make your reservation immediately after you make your flight reservation. That way it's taken care of, you've got it reserved, and when you prepay, you save money as well. You save pretty good chunk of change by prepaying at bookparkandgo.com. And then when you get there on the day of your flight, no stress at all. You just go to the spot they have reserved for you, and the van meets you and takes you to the airport right away. When you get back, grab your bag, walk outside, jump on the bus that's waiting for you, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or Hellsberg.com.
It's the spring sales event at Rob Sight Ford, and I'm here with the man himself, Rob Sight. Rob, you already stole the spotlight. Now what are you trying to take?
Just your attention, Kevin, and maybe a few trade-ins. Now, we've got up to $14,000 off new Fords with employee pricing, plus our own dealer discount.
14 grand. That's hotter than your Sunday barbecue.
Exactly. And unlike your burgers, these deals won't dry out. We've got hard-to-find inventory, huge trade-in values, and our non-commissioned sales team makes everything so easy.
No pressure, just real help. Even I'll admit it, it's the best place in Kansas City to buy a car, and I don't hand out compliments lightly, or seconds.
That's a fact. And don't forget, we're Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer on Google. 4.8 stars, nearly 3,000 reviews, and 0 grill marks.
All right, Rob, I'll give it to you, man. You're cooking up some real value over there.
Come see us at 135th and State Line or visit robsight.com. But hurry, these deals are sizzling and inventory's moving fast.
And tell him Rob sent you. No guarantees, but he might throw in a hot dog.
It's time to build that dream deck over at All Weather Decks. Schedule a free estimate today at 913-206-1974 or online at allweatherdecks.net. All Weather Decks, the right deck at the right price.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
29 southbound, much improved, but still briefly slow as you cross over into the downtown loop. East side, 70 westbound, sluggish from Jackson Avenue up towards Truman, with construction taking away the left lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
This is the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Royals baseball. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
9 o'clock hour here on Fescoe and Dusty. This show flying by, boys, on a Monday. As we get into the dog days of summer.
What are people eating today? It's so hot. We were just talking about
I just
what's
gave
for
him
dinner.
a stellar idea.
He's like, yeah, go to Smokehouse, get some of that smoked turkey and make sandwiches. I'm like, that is a good idea.
Get some chips and guac from Hy-Vee. Put a little guac on your turkey sandwich, a little tomato, a little lettuce, a little mustard mayo combo.
Nice. I mean, Hy-Vee does have all their meal deals. It's Meat Love Monday. If you want to go Hy-Vee, $8 or less every day this week, you can do something different from Hy-Vee and their Market Grill. They make unbelievable food at the Market Grill, and you don't have to do it because this is like, Dusty likes to cook, I like to cook, but this type of weather, you're just like, He was like talking about using the Blackstone earlier. I'm like, God, I don't know when the next time I'm going to turn that thing on.
No, I think I'm gonna do barbecue chicken, mac and cheese, and green beans tonight. I don't know why it sounds
That's a classic.
good. Yeah, it's
Sounds
a classic
good.
summer meal.
Yes.
Stroke the tenders with a little barbecue sauce. That's right, baby.
I know
Smash.
that I'm hard.
No doubt about it. So some milestones today for you guys. I don't know if Mac's seen this movie, but 36 years ago, the original Batman dropped.
That's crazy. Michael Keaton, huh?
Way they get a load of me. And then 15 years ago today, Landon Donovan would kick one of the biggest, if not the biggest, goal in United States men's history's national team in South Africa.
Did we beat England?
They tied England. I think they beat South Africa, though, in that game.
They beat South Africa in that game?
Texan will let us know here in a second. But yeah, Landon Donovan came out of nowhere and hit just an absolute. That's where the term piss missile in my mind came from, because he just absolutely drilled a goal. It came out of nowhere. Everybody's falling down in the box. And all of a sudden, here comes Landon Donovan. Bam. And vuvuzelas were officially in my head for like about 8 years.
Are you ready for an entire month of vuvuzelas coming here? Because we're inside a year now to when the World Cup comes here.
Oh, yeah.
To Kansas City. Did you see they had the big celebration at the Asperia campus yesterday?
Test run?
That's kind of what I was looking at yesterday. Maybe not. Jen's like, look at all these cops. I'm like, well, maybe they're doing a little bit of, I don't know. We'll find out sooner. Maybe we won't. Who the hell knows at this point?
Yeah.
But no, we're inside a year from when the world's going to be here to Kansas City. I mean, think about it. It's going to go so fast, and all of a sudden the World Cup, is going to be upon us. I hope we're ready for it, man. I hope they clean up the city and do everything that they need to do to kind of mobilize everybody and get everything taken care of, just like New Orleans was for the Super Bowl. I mean, you guys remember what that was like and how awesome it was. And that's because of all the hard work behind the scenes and cleaning up the city to make it look great and take care of all the stuff that needed to be taken care of. And that's what they did down in New Orleans. And it was a wonderful experience for us. And I know with Kathy Nelson in charge and whatnot, they're going to do great things here as well.
Yeah, trust that wonderful woman. This was what was going on over the weekend that we missed and that we get to talk about on a Monday, because there were a lot of positives in that 4-2 road trip for the Royals.
The 2-2 pitch. Caglione hits it high in the air, deep right center field. Adolis Garcia's at the wall. It's gone! Watch it fly! Jack Caglione, his first big league home run. A 387-foot blast deep to right center into the Rangers bullpen. There's the power that's been promised. Jack Caglione has arrived with thunder.
Could have heard that call here on 96.5 The Fan. That is the voice of Jake Eisenberg, play-by-play commentator for the Royals. We watched that, and the first thing you kind of notice is, oh, my God, Cags finally hit his first home run in the Major League Baseball. And then you kind of go back and go, wait. Where was that ball located? At his neck? 4.22 feet off the ground. One of the highest hit balls since 2008 when that stat was created. Impressive to see that. But then he said, hold my beer. I've got another thing for you.
The pitch. Fastball hit high in the air, deep to right center field. Garcia turns around, watches it fly. Home run, Jack Caglione. Make it 2 for Cags today in Texas. 4-1 Royals in the top of the 9th inning.
And that one was the one where you're like, that's the power we were promised. Yes, the home run in his neck was insanely awesome to see. But then the next one he hit was just swept out of the zone, 438 feet, absolutely a just missile to right center field. But the Cags' arrival was there. And then yesterday we were greeted with maybe one of the best plays we'll see all year.
Now the pitch, and a swing, and a ball well hit, deep to right field. Caglione back. Caglione leaps, and he made the catch up against the fence. Jack Caglione takes an extra base hit away from Merrill. The rookie right fielder, still learning the position, makes a great play right in front of the fence.
So big Royals prospect takes away from Jackson Merrill, a big Padres prospect as well back in the day, but not back in the day, but not that long ago. But good to see that Cags arrived in those moments. We get to see the home run. The weight of that gets off his back. We will hope to see more of that happen. But 17 games into his career, he's hit a multi-home run game and robbed a home run.
Yeah, and I'm more impressed with him robbing that home run than I am with him hitting the home runs, because we knew the home runs would be there. Right? Like, that's why he was here. He's a power hitter, and so we expected those home runs to be there. I think people were obviously questioning his defense. Never played that position before. Barely has played that position, and then goes out there and robs that home run yesterday. At that point in time, you thought maybe he saved the game for the Royals, right? I mean, clearly that would have been the game-winning home run had he not been able to to come up with that. But to see a guy who doesn't have much experience at all at that position was really cool to see because it shows you how athletic he is. And so nobody should ever be concerned right now, anyway, about Jack Caglianone. It's going to be just fine. It's going to take a little bit of time to get him to where you want him to be. Not everybody hits the ground running and is a superstar in Major League Baseball from day one. It's very, very, very rare if that happens. But Jack Caglianone's going to be just fine. That was a hell of a play yesterday. Like, most everyday right fielders in Major League Baseball have been doing this for years, can't make a play like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that comes up out of it is you take the good and you also have to take the bad. Obviously, a lot of people thought it was going to be a 5-1 road trip. Yesterday's game ends in a walk-off fashion. That's got to be like the 7th time the Royals have been walked off this year. It seems like it happens to us
happens a lot,
more than any other team in baseball, which is not a good stat to have, but also the Royals are 78 games into their schedule. They're 38-40 on the year, 2 games under 500, 3 massive ones coming against Tampa, and then sit back and take a short breath because then you get 3 against those Los Angeles Dodgers. But one thing of concern is what Vern told us, because Vinny Pasquantino since May has been hitting 300, but it's not that stat that concerns us.
Vinny Pasquantino's been in the month of June hitting 310 with more walks than strikeouts, looking like the classic, undeniable Vinny Pasquantino.
But he's hitting 196 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, that's not good. That's where you make your money. That's where you win games. That's where you become a better than 500 team, is when you drive in runs. And so that's, yes, the batting average stat is important, but also what are you doing in those big time clutch situations? Like if you look at Mahomes' clutch stats, I'm sure they're off the charts, right? They're unbelievably unbelievable. Michael Jordan, same type of thing. His clutch stats are probably off the charts. Yeah. but his clutch stats, right? Like those are where you go from a good player to a great player. It's producing in the moments that matter the most. And if you're up there and you're hitting singles and you're doing things when nobody's on base, cool. But if you're not, if you're up there when guys are on base and they need you to deliver and you're not, well, that's kind of a downgrade for you. So Vinny's got to be better in that category.
Yeah, and this is more Vern on Vinny Pasquantino.
Because again, Vinny Pasquantino, 92 at-bats with a runner in scoring position. Nobody in baseball has more. He's hitting a $196. I believe he's better than that, but again, 92 at-bats with a runner in scoring position almost halfway through the season.
And what do you and Vern always say? This team goes with your guys that hit where they're supposed to, which is Bobby, Vinny, Sal. Vinny, 90 whatever bats with runners in scoring position, hitting 196. That's got to change.
It really does. And look, Bobby's kind of figured it out now. He's gotten back to where we know he could be and producing at the level that we expect him to. He's really turned it around over the last week. Salvi had a big home run yesterday, obviously, and had a couple on this road trip and is starting to produce when we need him to be. Vinny's hitting, but not hitting when we need him to be hitting. But it doesn't matter what these other guys do. Those are your big 3. Those are the guys that need to produce. And if they produce, you got an opportunity to win every single night. If they don't, you don't have a chance to win.
Yeah, and you gotta be productive when the moment happens, because if you are, and then those situations don't come to the end all be all, which was a walk off with run because you're only getting 2 when you should have had 6, because your best hitter in the month of May and June just can't be the best hitter when runners are in scoring position. That's a yin and a yang that you don't want to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd rather have, Vinny Pasquantino be doing nothing with runners on, when he's up there with no runners on, and then dominating with runners on base. Like if those numbers were reversed, he's hitting 3-something with runners in scoring position, this team would be a lot better than 2 games below 500 right now. But this is a massive test coming up over these next few days for them. You're competing against a team that's in front of you in the standings. That's a wild card team right now. It's a playoff series against Tampa, and that's how you measure yourself. I think it's more important against Tampa than it is against the Dodgers. The Dodgers are going to go out there, and they're going to beat up just about everybody that comes in their way, right? But Tampa's a team that's kind of on your level. That's a team you're competing with for a playoff spot. Go out there and show that you're better than Tampa over these next 3 days.
Yeah, you'll get Bubic, Waka, and Cameron? No, Lorenzen. So Buba, Waka, and Lorenzen in the 3 games against Tampa. You would think that you would like your chances with the first 2 guys on the mound going into that series. Waka, obviously the veteran that knows how to win a big game, and Chris Bubic has been the best pitcher on your roster this entire year. So you have some arsenal in your back pocket to go up against Tampa to kind of stand your ground at home where you've been 500.
Right, and that therein lies the problem. You're not playing great at home right now. But also, these pitchers have been great all year. Can the offense show up to the party? And it still goes back to that, like, you got to score runs. 2 runs is never going to get it done against a Padres team, right? Like, you've got to be able to put runs across the plate. And so the pitching matchup looks great. You hear Bubic, you hear Lorenzen, you hear Waka, you hear whoever right now for this team. You're like, cool, we got a chance to win. Oh, we got to score some runs first.
I thought the Pardon My Take guys nailed it when they said this about the NBA ending last night. They said, the only thing I know that when the NBA ends, that football season is here. You better believe it. We're 72 days away from the NFL. Is it 72?
75 from the Chiefs, so 74 from the first NFL game, which the NFL doesn't care about.
No.
That's right. Plus, there was some news in the NBA world as well, not just the finals. We dive into all of that, plus more, here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, we were talking about it earlier. You don't want to cook when it's this hot outside. In fact, you want to take summer and relax. Let Hy-Vee handle everything for you like we love doing. And it's the Hy-Vee Market Grill. Their breakfast is outstanding, and now they have meals all day long that you can take advantage of with a daily meal deal. Every day from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. for just $8 per person or less. You can bring the whole family to Meatloaf Monday, Crispy Tenderloin Tuesday, and Cheeseburger Wednesday, including those famous fries from Hy-Vee. And don't forget about Steak Thursday with a perfectly seasoned steak, garlic mashed potatoes, and sweet corn for just $12. You can dine in or carry out breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It doesn't matter. You're going to love Hy-Vee Market Grill as much as we do. So don't do all that cooking. Let Hy-Vee handle everything all summer long, only at Hy-Vee.
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help this patient.
Hi, my name is John, and I've been on ED and testosterone treatment at Heartland Men's Health for the past 15 months. I could tell, I was starting to go downhill, and my wife kept telling me, well, you need to go to a clinic that'll specialize in that. And that's what eventually led me into the men's clinic here. Treatment, in my opinion, is a miracle. I was able to perform to an elevated position that, quite honestly, I never thought I'd see again. For my fellow men out there, if you're feeling that you're not up to par, I encourage you, contact Heartland Men's Health, and you will see a dramatic difference.
Thank you. It's true. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single-line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management and practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Other Place, with 5 great Kansas City locations: Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Stop by this summer and enjoy their beautiful patios, all while listening to some live music at most locations Thursday through Saturdays. And on game day, they have enough big screens that you'll never miss a minute of the action, all while enjoying some great food and beer specials. So make The Other Place your summer headquarters. The Other Place, Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Check out theotherplace.com.
Today, expect a mix of sun and slight showers with a high of 95.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Some baseball to watch on a Wednesday at 1 o'clock on MLB Network. Paul Skeens versus Mizorowski, that kid that pitched at Green Valley that's from Blue Springs, my hometown. So Skeens, Mizorowski. Average pitch will be 100 miles per hour.
Actually, the Brewers had a pretty cool graphic out for it yesterday. I think it was. Come to wherever they play and see Miz versus Skeens on Wednesday. I'm like, that's a marquee matchup, guys. That's a moment you want to go watch if you're a baseball fan. We talk about stars. I mean, we've got them now in baseball. We've got short games. We've got stars. We've got excitement. The only thing that baseball needs is back to the trade deadline type of stuff like we saw in the NBA over the weekend, right? Like, say what you want about Kevin Durant. I know Mac will say all the good things about Kevin Durant. That's a blockbuster trade. That gets people talking. That gets people excited. That gets people motivated, man. That, gets the juices flowing.
Well, and Houston's a big product.
Yeah, exactly.
They're top 5.
Yeah,
market.
Yeah. I mean, they have the third best odds now to win the NBA Finals behind Oklahoma. I think it was Oklahoma City. And then New York and Houston were both plus 800 in the odds that I saw. There may have been another team in between there, between Oklahoma City and the Knicks and Houston, but they were right there at the top. It creates excitement for fans all off season. It's conversation. It's great. And if baseball had the opportunity to do that, that's the only thing that they're lacking right now are trades. And they had them until they added this extra wild card team in. Keeps everybody alive, but it reduces the ability to have those big-time trades like we just saw in the NBA. Imagine mixing in a couple of big-time trades now, too, in baseball. And, besides Devers moving, it's other guys moving all over the place. Be awesome at this point in time.
Rockets' second best odds, according to DraftKings. Thunder plus 230, Houston plus 750, Cleveland Cavaliers plus 850, and the Knicks plus 850 as well. Then falling way off, it's plus 1,300, Minnesota Timberwolves.
See, I saw the Knicks and Rockets at plus 800. I think Yahoo put out a graphic. I don't know who they were citing, but it said Knicks and Rockets both plus 800 to win the NBA championship. And look, I mean, right now, the Oklahoma City Thunder, why would you bet against them going into next season? Who's their biggest competition right now, right? Like, it could be a little bit of a dynasty maybe for Oklahoma City. And you guys mentioned 4 first-round picks they have this year in this draft alone. 4 first-round picks?
Yeah. Whatever that means in the NBA.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what that means for them, but they could trade it.
But they could trade them. Yes. They could draft some players. They've done a nice job of developing guys. They haven't gone one of those, big-time trade movements where, you're trading all the star players there or whatever the case may be. Like, they're kind of grassrooting this thing and doing it a little bit different than basketball's seen in a while.
Nikola Topic was the 12th overall pick in last year's NBA draft to the Oklahoma City Thunder. He would have been a top 5 pick if it were for an injury. So the Thunder were like, yeah, we'll still pick him 12. We won't have to play him. We'll won the NBA title this year, and they're just going to bring on basically a lottery-level talent player next year as a rookie. Who just everyone's forgot about.
Was that kind of like how Chet was? Didn't he get hurt in his first year? Then he came back this year and
Chet was playing some weird men's league and went up against LeBron James and then tore whatever and then sat that whole year and then came up ready to go. That team was good.
I see this note in here because it says sidebar. It's time for Pat Riley to be done.
Yeah, Miami Heat fans are really over him. At least the Twitter ones, which
so
knows how much.
Long enough to become the villain.
Yeah,
exactly right. This is
Twitter's over somebody in sports.
Yeah, I know.
Shocker.
Wow. It's just, I guess, one too many now for the Heat that they're missing on these players. I don't even think that them getting Kevin Durant would have been a good idea for the franchise, but the fans are, we want somebody, we want a player, we want a star, and Pat Riley's kind of gone 0 for these last few tries, so doesn't have the juice, maybe.
How old is Pat Riley?
He's got to be 80. Got to be, right? I mean, it
I
has
would
to
say
be.
so.
I'm going to say he's 77. I don't know why that number's in my head, but I'm going to say he's 77.
Bob, got a guess?
I said 80, yeah.
80 years old.
Damn.
Nice.
Nailed it.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and when I'm 80, God, hoping I live
Easy.
that long, right? Why do I want to do that?
I'm done. Especially when you've already reached the pinnacle. You're one of the best.
Well, that's going to be Andy Reid. He's going to be like 80, still coaching football.
Yeah,
Be like,
but
dude,
Bill
you have
Belichick.
9 titles.
Yeah. To find something else, but these guys are driven by that. That's why they're successful, right?
Somebody does say the Chiefs-S dynasty coming for Oklahoma City. We had alluded to that earlier. We talked about the Game 7 win for the Thunder. They win last night. SGA doing something that only Kareem, Shaq, and Jordan have done, where he won the scoring title, MVP, NBA title. You can add another trophy to that case because he was the MVP of the finals. Maybe a future face of your league, right? Like Mahomes kind of came out and it was like, Tom Brady's still here. This guy's good. He's talented. And it took, 3 years for Mahomes to become the official face of the league because Tom had to leave. I think once you transition LeBron out of the NBA and you get his sort of, because he was in the streets of New York this weekend just getting absolutely heckled. Get the hell out of here, man. You'll never beat Jordan or Kobe. Get out of here, LeBron. You're a bum. You're a wannabe. You're a has-been, whatever it was.
For one of the greatest athletes in the history of this country, people treat him so like he's no good.
Yeah.
And it is interesting because Oklahoma City is young. They have drafted. They have a great general manager. They've got a head coach that knows what he's doing with his team.
And nobody knows
they have
who
a
he
future
is.
superstar, which is the best thing you can be.
Yeah. Heard of him.
Be Cam Ward of a head coach in the NBA. And now, like Mac had said, they're bringing a guy up next year who's a lottery pick, who will play, who will be added to this arsenal of a team that is great.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, we thought it was Boston, and then the unfortunate thing that happened to Jason Tatum, which is what happened to Haliburton last night, kind of deflated the way that game ended, right? It's kind of like, oh, we were there, and now it's gone. And they hung around for a little bit, but the Achilles injury kind of depleted that whole finals Game 7, because Game 7s, I mean, if you're not a hockey fan, and last year you watched Game 7. If you're not a baseball fan and it goes to Game 7, you're watching.
Mm-hmm.
You're not an NBA fan, but it goes to Game 7. People are interested, and last night it was one of those things where they were interested.
It was. It was Game 7. But, and I'm going to say something, and you're going to laugh, and it's stupid, but maybe the league is actually better off with these injuries happening, because now how many teams think they have an opportunity in the East? Arguably 2 of your best players in the East are done on 2 of your best teams. They're done for the entire next year. I'm not saying permanently, but going into next season, there's a lot of teams now that believe they have a shot. The Celtics, new owner, don't have their star player. Haliburton out for the year with the Achilles. The Knicks right now are probably licking their chops, right? Chicago, Milwaukee, some of these Eastern teams right now are looking around, maybe even Miami. I don't know. But they're like, hey, we all have an opportunity now because these two players are out. I think the East is wide open, and there is no clear-cut favorite right now. Everybody's going to say the Knicks because that's where the money's going to go, because obviously it should. They lost to the Pacers, and now the Pacers lost their best player. But I think a lot of people are going to look at the East as it's wide open next year, and that's good for the NBA.
And not only that, you're about to lose a big player from the East. He could be going to the West.
Giannis?
Yeah,
could happen. I think he'll stay. I think he should stay.
With Milwaukee?
Yeah, I mean, for kind of what Bob said, I thought it was already true before the injuries. I'll harshly disagree on the injuries being good. I think the East would have been...
I'm saying like from a big picture perspective,
From
like
a
the injuries suck, but also now the East is wide open. There's no clear-cut favorite. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. There's lots of parity, lots of competitive. I think that would have been the case had those two guys been healthy. I still think it would have been really competitive. Plus, you had that star power. But yeah, if you're Giannis in Milwaukee, I mean, who else is in the East right now?
Yeah,
get one more guy.
You would think that in the NFL, and everybody seems to want to come to the AFC West.
It's crazy, isn't it? Though? Yeah.
Why do you want to come play in Patrick Mahomes' division? He's won it the last 8 years.
Yeah, nobody else wanted me, so here we sit. But like the Knicks right now, how foolish do they look without a head coach?
I mean, time's ticking. I mean, the season is over, man.
I mean, they're going to try to get Mulva from Oklahoma City to be their coach?
Elvira. And then, of course, the text line's coming in. Do not wear the number 0 in the NBA. Because Lillard, Tatum, Haliburton, zeros, one Achilles tendon now.
And you and I were talking off the air about this. I mean, this is a problem in both basketball and in football. But I mean, I know I'm young, so maybe it's just recency bias for me. But I mean, this has gotten worse, right, Bob? I mean, Achilles tears.
I feel like we're seeing Achilles more than we ever have before.
This is crazy.
I just can't take you serious.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the side, the wing, the
headphones look stupid. Yeah.
It's so funny.
What the hell was that?
I love it.
But three this playoffs, multiple this season to I mean, and Tyrese Haliburton and Jason Tatum are in their prime.
Yeah, well, it happened to Aaron Rodgers, and we saw that situation, in New York, ruined that entire season.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like they are happening more. I don't know. I guess we can't keep Dusty on track because of your headphones.
Sorry, man.
Nobody else can see it.
He's getting great takes, but it's just 90 degrees. I'm going to go to Target and get you some of your headphones.
My left ear's taking all the pain because it's getting all the noise. My right ear's got nothing.
Does Maloney got some headphones that say like the landing on them?
Please.
Because that thing's not landing anytime soon on your right ear. That thing is in a sand trap. That's 2, Rob. No, I thought the NBA Finals, look, I will say if we can take some negatives out of it, I hate that like superstars get hurt in the worst times because we've seen this in football. We've seen this in baseball. We've seen this in basketball now with Tatum getting hurt. And that kind of like, not to say that the Knicks wouldn't have won that series, but it gave them a no shot. Like it just was like,
done.
Tatum's out. You're done. This series is over. And then Haliburton last night, the entire playoff run, the historic run that he went on, we're hoping that maybe there's a pot. Because that's what I was telling people. I was like, let this game get down to 2 points and then have Haliburton do another one of those step back booms. And you're like, now whose legacy do we talk about? SGA's or Haliburton's? Now it's just SGA. Because we didn't get that sort of moment in the NBA Finals last night.
And it felt like we had that sort of feel the first 9 minutes. It was a tie game, 20-20. Haliburton's hitting threes. SGA's looking good. The defense is going back and forth. And then what happened. But it felt like we were in line for a thriller.
Yeah, and it didn't happen that way, but that's fine. I mean, that's the way things goes. But I think that injury that we saw last night may be the worst injury I've ever seen in sports because it's Game 7 in a game that you probably win if Haliburton's playing. I feel like you do. It felt like it. Like it felt like it was trending towards Indiana yesterday, right? Like they sustained the first wave. They sustained the second wave. They were leading at halftime. The injury happens obviously before halftime, but you felt like Indiana had a real shot to win that game. And they played good without him. Mitch McConnell was out there draining some shots for them and doing his thing and looking, like he could carry this team. And then everything kind of came back to earth and everything kind of, the adrenaline stopped flowing and guys became who they were. And that's why, you don't see much of that McConnell guy, right? He's not out there a lot because, well, he's not a superstar player. Played good for as much as he possibly could in that game. Boom, move on. And then he gets that Achilles injury, and so you miss Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Oh, and by the way, sorry, you're missing all of next year. Like, you're not coming back in October. You're not. No. And Carrington actually had an interesting, I think, retweet or tweet. He goes, this is the problem of playing all these games, the wear and tear on these guys. These guys start their season October 22nd or something like that and end it June 22nd. You're off July, August, and September, and you're not really off because you're training to get back, to stay, to get better than where you were a season ago. And so that's why you see a lot of these injuries. Guys aren't properly resting anymore in sports and giving their bodies the time to heal. If I skip a day at the J, I'm always like, it's good for my body. I got to heal and all that kind of stuff. But there is some truth to that. These guys got to give themselves an opportunity to heal up. But they have an offseason now of 2 weeks, and then it's back. I mean, guys were getting ready for the start of the football season before the Chiefs even left for the Super Bowl.
Damn.
Agree or disagree with Winterhorse's comments on the finals?
I'm going to have a complicated memory of tonight. This is an organic championship for the Thunder. They built this team from scratch. They were down to nothing. They drafted these guys. They developed these guys. Nobody forced their way here via trade. Nobody, they didn't win the lottery. They did this through grit and hard work. They were great from the first moment, the day of the season. They earned this thing all the way through. They are a pure champion, doing it for the first time. Even if they win 2 or 3 more championships with this group, nothing will feel as pure as this. And yet, I feel sick. And I'm not recovered from seeing the slow motion of his calf. And even they won the game in the third quarter with the classic Thunder run
what they do.
with turnovers and the flurry and everything. But as the fourth quarter is happening, and I'm watching the Thunder go through this dry spell, and the Pacers get the lead, I think, to 9 or whatever.
10.
I'm thinking if they had Haliburton, that this is going to go down to it.
So that's Brian Windhorst of ESPN talking about that game because he says a lot, right? Like I sent you guys the video. You could open it if you wanted to. The slow motion video he talks about the Achilles looking like it's just completely like a rubber band. Like we've seen that injury a lot. Keep seeing these injuries. I don't know if it's because sports are more visual on all platforms, but man, I could name 8 players that have ripped their Achilles tendon in the last 5 years that we've seen. We've seen now 4 in the last 3? Rodgers, Cousins, Haliburton, Tatum,
Damian Lillard.
Lillard ripped his. I mean, it happens. Ominahue, that's 6.
Yeah.
I mean, you just see these happen more and more and more. So you hate to see that sort of thing, but it's also, you have this, small market championship of Thunder versus Pacers. One of these teams is going to win their first title ever. It should be just largely celebrated, but there's that shadow on it where it's like, you won it. Great. You're going to be the team of the future in the NBA because of how you set yourself up for success, similar to what the Chiefs have done. But here's the injury that maybe plagued that, because when the Chiefs have won their Super Bowls, they haven't faced people with significant injuries, right? Like they beat the Niners, they came back and won. They beat Philadelphia, came back and won. It was always calls, right? It was flags. It wasn't injuries, but it seems like we always find ourselves in this weird little area of championship games where you don't get to fully appreciate something because there's always something that looms of a shadow.
Yeah, and I would say if you're an Oklahoma City fan, you can tell Brian Windhorst to go, bleep himself, because that's still your championship. You still went out there and won it. And injuries happen. Like, it's part of the game. Sorry. And so, like, I can't be like him and sit there and go, well, I'm looking at this with, a tough, like he's trying to make this poetic thing about how he's going to look at it. Injuries happen every single time. Are you looking at 2 seasons ago in the NFL different because Aaron Rodgers got hurt on the first play and eliminated his team in September? I mean, are you looking at that differently? Are you looking at every NFL championship differently? Because everybody's lost players over the course of the year. In every sport, players get hurt all the time. This one just happened to be at the worst possible time, but Oklahoma City still went out there and took care of business, man. They still went out there and won. And if you're denigrating that or downgrading that because Haliburton got hurt, that's not fair to those guys who went out there and balled their ass off. And it's not fair to SGA, who put up one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NBA. Yeah. And quite honestly, the Thunder put up one of the 4 greatest seasons in the history of the National Basketball Association. They're one of 4 teams to have won 84 or more games in a season. There's only been 4 teams that did that. The Thunder, 2 Bulls teams, and a team from Golden State back in 14-15 or 15-16 that won 84 or more games, counting the postseason. What they did was remarkable. And for anybody to say, and he didn't say asterisk, but you could tell that's kind of where he was leaning. I don't know how to value this championship. You value it. They played from October to June, and they won more games than anybody else, and they were the last man standing, and they had the best player on earth this year, and they won the championship. They had the best player on planet Earth all year long consistently, and they won a championship. Is anybody really surprised by that?
Good work on the text line. I guess Drew Greenlaw did rip his ACL.
Dre Greenlaw.
When he was trying to run on the
So that was an unfortunate mishap that happened in that game. So I forget about the Greenlaw thing. But
that's true, because he just fell coming off the field or onto the field.
And he was absolutely destroying the middle of the
He was fantastic. That's a huge injury.
Get back in there.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, so there's another one. I mean, it just...
Watson happened.
Yeah, well...
I know, it's not the same.
Yes! But it happened.
Yeah, it's another athlete who, 28 years old, 29 years old, popping an Achilles.
And that's why I said
common.
I don't recall Achilles, and maybe, it is recency bias. I don't know. But it sure does seem like they're happening at a higher rate than they used to happen. And I think we're seeing a lot more injuries because guys don't train themselves the proper way, especially in baseball. I mean, we're doing stupid things in baseball where we're not allowing guys to throw enough to build up their arm strength. So who knows, man? I just think right now, athletes, it's a 365-day-a-year job. There's literally no rest time because anytime you take a day off, somebody else is getting better, and that's the way these guys are wired. That's why they're so good at what they do.
We've also got to get Jalen Williams to get his beer taste out. That video is hilarious. They gave him a Michelob Ultra, and he said, "Nah, where's the tequila?" Took a sip. Looks like he had bitter beer face. Great commercial.
Did he like the tequila, though?
I don't know. They didn't show that part, but they showed him drinking a beer, and it looks like he just drank something from like the 1800s, like that guy that was interviewing Vargas by time or something like that.
I made this in my steel bathtub.
Kevin Durant's to the Rockets. That moves your needle?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Yeah, no, it definitely moves my needle.
I know that I'm hard.
I would say that this makes them, I think they were contenders already, and I think this kind of further amplifies them to a finals contender. I mean, he's still a 27-point-per-game scorer, and I believe he's the best scorer the NBA's ever seen. I think he can still have a year or two of being that consistent guy, a veteran. I'm excited about it. This is a really good defensive team with a great coach.
Let me ask you this. Does anybody care about the Rockets? They feel like one of those teams that you're like, oh, yeah, the Rockets. Like, they're always, I don't know. For me, like, they don't register on the radar screen. That's just kind of the way that I view them. There are a lot of teams like that for me. Like, the Marlins, like, oh, yeah, they have a team down there, too. For whatever reason, the Rockets, to me, other than those years where they beat the Knicks when Jordan was on leave and OJ drove his Bronco 30 years ago, like other than that, what have the Rockets really done? They've had some nice players, obviously Hakeem and Clyde Drexler and all that kind of stuff.
Stevie Franchise, Tracy McGrady.
Yeah, but like
James Harden.
Yeah.
But what have they done?
I don't know. I mean, if I was in Houston right now, I'd be.
Because he's JAC.
Because he's KD.
There you go. K80.
Yeah, I made it all one,
And then Stephen A. yelling at Kendrick Perkins last night. They just said, just because you yell doesn't mean we have to listen.
Yeah.
That guy's having a hell of a NBA Finals run.
Did you see how Stephen A. Smith found out about the injury to Haliburton? Have you seen it? I retweeted it. Carrington put it out there, too. It's really funny. It's a solitaire screen with the notification from ESPN.
That's Haliburton. That's great.
That's fantastic. That ain't going away.
No, man.
That ain't going away.
No, he had a worse NBA Finals than anybody. He was the biggest loser.
Stephen A. Smith was.
Yes.
Yeah, he really was.
They cut away from him mid-sentence yesterday on in ESPN's coverage. Like, yeah, all right, we're good.
Yeah.
That's ESPN listening to the fans. Being like, we don't care what this guy has to say right now because it's annoying. It's killing us all. It's killing the vibe. You're making it about you, not these two teams that are going to win their first title ever. But the Oklahoma City Thunder did win that title last night, which means now it's football season.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There's no more NBA because we can just, when you think about the Chiefs, you think about going to St. Joe, you just.
Because he's JAC.
That guy, where's that guy at? Jay Binkley, Alex Gold coming up in about 20 minutes. We come back on the other side. We'll get to our brioche of the weekend. 2 lake rats and 1 pool slug. That's what we had this weekend here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending want to help you out of that financial situation that you're in. And it could be different for everybody. Maybe you've got credit card bills that you just need to pay off. Or maybe you've got some home repairs that you want to do. Or maybe you've got a wedding coming up, college tuition coming due in the fall, and you're thinking, I need to get some breathing room. Well, Golden Oak Lending can help you with their free mortgage checkup. And it's very simple. It's risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. It's just a simple phone conversation to find out how much money you can save each month. And it's good to have the conversation with Golden Oak Lending because you do all the talking. You tell them exactly where you are in life and where you want to go. And then they'll see if they have a mortgage that's better than the one that you're in right now. If they do, great. They'll let you know about it. And if they don't have one that's better than you, they'll tell you that too. They'll never put you in a mortgage that isn't better than the one you're currently in. And with Golden Oak's ability to refinance, each cash-out customer, the average cash-out customer, I should say, saves $1,104 per month. Plus, you skip 2 months of a mortgage payment as well. So you're going into the fall before you have to write another mortgage check. Call them today and take that free mortgage checkup. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. And do what we did. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
This summer, Casey's has 89-cent fountain and frozen drinks. But if you don't have 89 cents, you could check your center console, or dig between your couch cushions, or ask Grandma for $1, or just use your credit card. We take those too. 89-cent frozen and fountain drinks at Casey's all summer long. Restrictions may apply. See store for details.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon. At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Oh, I can hear the sizzle of the grill. It's time to buy Gates sauces and try extra hot at your 4th of July cookout or use as an enhancement for your special dips and your family's secret sauce. Try Gates salad seasoning on raw and cooked veggies or sprinkle on your grilled corn on the cob for that extra flavor pop. Pick up a couple of slabs of ribs or a party tray to entertain at home. Whichever. Gates Barbecue has you covered. Gates 5 locations are open and want to be a part of your 4th of July celebration. Gates Barbecue. Thanks with love.
Did storms hit your area? Looking for answers on the impact it made to your roof? Then it's time to schedule a zero-pressure, in-depth inspection with Century Roofing's trusted roofing experts. We will determine if enough damage exists to warrant filing a claim. See for yourself why Century Roofing has been voted Best of Johnson County for the 3rd year in a row. Trust the pillars of strength for 35 years. KC-based and female-owned. CenturyRoofingKC.com.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
Hey there, Royals fans. We've got more ways to watch your boys in blue this season than ever before with FanDuel Sports Network. Subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network to stream all the action, or, new this season, Royals Baseball is now available on Amazon Prime Video as an add-on subscription. You can also access FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers like DirecTV, Spectrum, Xfinity, Fubo, and more. Visit Royals.com/TV to learn more.
All right, roll through and finally Completing a Monday here on 96.5 The Fan. It is Fescoe and Dusty. Boston Bruins releasing a new logo today. New uniforms to follow as well for them this offseason. So that's always fun. Teams put out the new uniforms and see what their new logo is all about. Looks the same to me. So I'm sure some Bruins fans will look at that and they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, that definitely does look different. But I'm anxious to see what their new uniforms are going to be about. Their 100th year in business. And so they're rolling out some new uniforms. Those are always cool because fans always want to buy them because they're always looking really, really cool. So see what Boston does with that. And hockey's got their offseason. Basketball has their offseason. And football's getting ready to go, man. Let's go.
When did the Chiefs announce their new uniforms?
Never.
Okay.
Not happening.
Shucks.
Well, it's not on the agenda.
No.
Give me a white helmet.
Is it like the Louisville red that's the arrow? Like that shiny, glimmery red on the white helmet with like a red stripe?
Yeah.
See, I'd keep the arrowhead the same and just do a white helmet.
Yeah, you could keep it the same, too, with the black outline.
Black outline
letters.
and the red KC. That's all you need.
It. Yeah, with the white
with
jerseys.
The white helmet. And I would do matte white helmet, too.
Yes.
Because I do like the matte colors a lot. And so I think that would look cool.
Too.
But, nobody is interested in, changing the uniforms up, at Arrowhead, and that's fine.
Brioche of the weekend.
Big brioche guy.
Love that. Yeah, good take.
Take it away, Bob Fescoe.
All right, I'm going to give a couple of them out. Number one to Tammy from the Westin for having us down at the Lake House this weekend. Thank you very much. We enjoyed the hell out of it. We'll see you in July, Tammy. I think you know about that. Maybe you don't. Maybe you do. It doesn't matter.
Now.
Maybe you do now. Yeah, we're going down there in July, so we'll be back. Sorry, Chris. But we'll have ourselves a great time down there. And also a little brioche of the weekend to my man Billy Coon celebrating his birthday today. So a little happy birthday to Billy.
Happy 21st.
Yeah, hope you're celebrating and enjoying your birthday, Billy. So happy birthday to you.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Told you. Mac, you got a brioche of the weekend?
He is the man. Yeah, first thing, I got to thank my Lake House owner friends, the Jacobsons, for letting me and Hannah
Jacobson is how it's pronounced.
Yes, the Jacobsons,
Did you
for
see
letting
me
us.
put the rundown on his brioche of the weekend? And
Oh, yeah,
boy,
I'll get to it.
Boy, am I excited to hear it.
So, yeah, had the whole weekend held the Lake House to ourselves on Tanglewood. It was fantastic. Took the jet ski out.
What would you say it's called? Lake Takenwood?
Tanglewood.
Oh.
Hannah had never paddleboarded before, so she went out and took the paddleboard. She's a great swimmer. We're both lifeguards at the YMCA for years. She's a great swimmer. So I'm like, it's a windy day. You've never paddleboarded. You're killing it around here in the
When
cove.
you check in to be the lifeguard there, do they say young man? Now listen to me. I said young man.
Anyways, I'm going to keep going here.
Were you the cop or were you the plumber?
Just keep going.
Yeah, so I was like, you know what? You're doing great. Go outside of the cove for a second. Get outside of the no wake zone. It's a small enough lake. Not a lot of people are out. You look like you're in good control. Go for it. So she goes out to the no wake zone. I'm looking at her. I'm enjoying a surf side. Fantastic the whole weekend.
Zero troubles all weekend.
It was so good.
Well, I don't know if he had zero trouble. He didn't have any bubbles, but he had.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there enjoying the surf side, and I see her kind of sitting in the same spot, trying to looks like she's just for me she's a long ways away. It looks like she's coming closer, but I can't really tell, distances.
Too many surf sides.
Yeah, too many surf sides.
Did you call the Jacobsons and be hey, what the hell?
I see her waving her hand. I jump into the lake because I'm like, okay, I guess I got to go swim there. Because she's waving her hands. She's like, come here. So I swim. I start to swim. It's a long ways again. Good swimmer. So I'm already halfway there. And then I see her back up on the board. The board had fallen. She had gotten back up on the paddleboard. She's standing. She's now rowing again. So I see her put her hand back. Oh, okay, I'll swim back. I guess she's good. She's safe. She's telling me, go grab the jet ski. That's what she's trying to say. I think
waving somebody back is not go grab the jet ski.
No, exactly. So I'm like, okay, I get back up, pour another surf side, go to the garage. I'm hanging out. I'm laying down. I'm tanning. And then I just hear, jet ski! Go get the jet ski! And I'm like, oh, shit.
Was there a shark out there in Lake? Where was that? Tapakego?
Yeah, that was it. And then so I went out and got the jet ski and picked her up, but she was out there for probably 20 minutes fighting for her life.
Was she really, though, fighting for her life?
She could not move at all. It was windy. She would have been fine, obviously. She was near it. Nothing would have happened. She wasn't going to die, but she's like, dude, I'm screwed out here. Boats are driving by her, staring at her. It was funny.
Did she beach herself? And what I mean by that, because Tammy's house has this deck that they took down, but it's not quite low enough. But if the water's high, you don't know it's there, and sometimes they get the kayak stuck on top of that thing, and so they kind of beach themselves. So she wasn't stuck on anything.
No, she wasn't stuck on anything. Just the wind was blowing so hard that she's fighting it and not going anywhere. I'm thinking, oh, she's doing great. She's having a good time.
Right. Why not just get off that paddleboard then and just swim towards the shore and bring the paddleboard with you? Like, she could have done that,
She
too.
could have gone to the other shore. Yeah, she still would have been far away. I would have had to bring the jet ski at some point. She would have been on someone else's. I mean, yeah, she was in need of my help. So
she was, okay.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. She was not getting back without something. So
did you save her, or is she still out there?
I saved. Yeah, no, I saved her. It's all good.
No anger after you went and got the jet ski?
Oh, initial anger, but also like just pretty much instant laughs after about 2 minutes. Like, yeah, it became the joke of the weekend. So,
Frustration on the lake always leads to lust at late.
Mm-hmm. But you can't just want to win, Jen. Go wave back if you want the jet ski.
You wave back.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. We need to make hand signals.
Do the Gerard Dyson on the paddleboard,
yes.
Hannah.
I mean, most people will say help.
Yeah, I was thinking just any words, any verbiage at all, just jet ski.
The fact that she's screaming and yet you swam back, cracked a surfside, went to the garage, came back tanned, and she's still with you. That's great. Love is blind. I will say that my brioche of the weekend comes from Rockfield Devers.
This one high and deep to left.
So if you missed the news in baseball this year, he was very frustrated when the Red Sox went and signed Alex Bregman. They said, you're no longer going to play third base, even though you're a good third baseman, but we have a Gold Glover coming in behind you. He then gets moved to San Francisco. He played his first game against the Boston Red Sox, and he hit his first home run for the Giants against... that is just that's
so good.
Barreled, man. And it was an Oppo taco, so Rafael Devers is
so good.
I mean, you can't make sports up sometimes. Like it just doesn't happen. Like it's hard to predict those things. And Devers gets traded to San Francisco. They play Boston 3 games later. He comes up first at bat, home run, opposite field, first home run as a Giant against his former team, completely won over the fan base in San Francisco, and now he just gets to play with house money the rest of the year.
There was an old wives' tale, I guess, back in the day that like Ichiro said he could hit a home run anytime he wanted to, right? And then everybody's like, well, why don't you do that? And you kind of just think that, it's an old wives' tale. Nobody could really do that. And then you see stuff like that happen, right? Where Devers hits his first home run as a Giant against his old team and all that kind of stuff. And you go, maybe there really is some truth to that. Like if these guys really wanted to just go out there and put on a show, sometimes they could go out there and put on a show. Because a lot of this stuff is just too coincidental to be coincidences.
It's just, it's weird how stuff like that happens. And people, people ask you like, oh, what do you do? Just, talk Royals, talk Chiefs, talk whatever. It's like, no, because there's like quirky things in sports that happen that you just can't seem to always make up. Like Bobby Witt Jr. goes to Texas, goes on the road trip, hits 375, has 2 home runs, leads the league in doubles, stealing bases. As Vern and I have always said, he's the best player on the planet. And then now all of a sudden they have a players meeting. It seems like it worked out. He goes to Texas. It seems every time he goes home, you see this kid just all of a sudden like figure something out. You get back into your home roots of stuff. Can't wait to see what Mahomes will do when he plays the Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
Well, and that's what it is. I mean, you look at the stuff that Patrick Mahomes does too, and you're like, unbelievable, right? Like it's just amazing to watch stuff like that. And I think everybody was laughing at Devers over the weekend going yard against the Red Sox.
I think I sent it to you immediately. I happened to be like on social media, and I see this like go up on X in like 5 minutes. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me! Like,
it's
check
awesome.
this out, dude. Like,
it couldn't have happened to a better team. I mean, the way that whole thing was handled, did Devers handle it correctly? No. But you know what? If you're going to go out there and take an all-star out of their position, that they're an all-star at, and sign somebody else, you probably owe it to that guy to have that conversation with them and say, hey, man, this is what we're thinking about doing. We're not going to do it unless you're on board because you're our guy. And they didn't do that. And athletes' egos are very fragile. You've got to constantly stroke the ego of the athlete. No matter how good they are, they got that ego, man. And I think what they did is it was a big fail on their part. They didn't tell him ahead of time that they were going to do this. And not that you have to get the blessing of the guy, but you have him signed to a 9-year contract 9 years you got left with this guy. Why wouldn't you try to make it work the best way possible?
Text line says, Bobby always struggles in Texas. Here's Vern last week.
But the Royals going back to Arlington, it's always a pivot point in the season, sadly,
for Bobby Witt Jr., his big league, his first season in the show, he got off to a tough start. He goes to Arlington. He's driving past the ballpark he went to as a kid, and it reminded him of how lucky he was, and Bobby took off after that. Second season, something similar happened. Last year he didn't need it because he was the MVP, and well, it looks like Bobby needs it again. Maybe getting back in Arlington, being back around not just the family, but being back home, maybe getting that reminder of, you're still something else, man. I mean, for as disappointing as this season has been, you're still one of the top 10 players in Major League Baseball based off of WAR. So I expect when the Royals return to Kauffman Stadium to take on the Dodgers, I expect MVP Bobby Witt Jr. to be back, and hopefully he has a new teammate.
We'll see. We get an off day today. We get the Royals and Tampa Bay Rays on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then, those big bad Dodgers come in where they're going to look like they're wearing road Royals jerseys, and we're going to look like we're wearing home Dodgers jerseys because, well, they're designed after each other.
They are, yeah. Ewing Kauffman wanted to be after the best franchise in baseball when he designed his uniforms. He went with the Dodgers.
And that's your history note today on Fescoe and Dusty. Now, what I can tell you is go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year, even their summer. It's simply cool to care. Take care, Kansas City. Stay safe, stay kind. Cody, Bink, Gold, and Drew coming up next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5, The Fan.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners,